Yes. Welcome to World Leaders Summit.
Thank you so much, Arijit. I'm so excited to be on your amazing summit today, speaking to the world about how they can excel during this current pandemic.
Super, super. So we have a great topic. What do you mean by the leader inside you? How exactly you feel that we can enhance the leadership inside anyone? And what is your solution?
Fantastic question, Arijit. I truly believe that this current pandemic, COVID-19, has changed the way that we do business. So as leaders, we need to become innovative. And today I'm going to be sharing on basically my leadership philosophy, one of which is about empowering others. Leaders should empower others to become future leaders, and leaders should live by inspiration. So we're talking about awakening the innovative leader in you is we want to find creative ways of doing business in this season so we can excel during this pandemic and raise our future leaders.
Great, great. So this whole session is, for you, and probably we have a good number of attendees who are attending the whole summit. So over to you. The stage is yours, Aaron.
Thank you so much. To everybody that is watching me, my name is Dr. Hazel Harrington. I am a leadership organizational coach. I am also a business consultant and a mentor and business advisor. Today, I'm going to be talking on the topic, Awaken the Leader in You, especially the innovative leader in you. So like I was saying to Arijit, that we're going through a pandemic, and what we need to be doing as leaders is to be innovative in the way that we're doing business, because consumers are looking at us to create products that are cheaper for them and that are faster for them to use. So how can you as a leader become innovative in your business? Ladies and gentlemen, the reality is that with COVID-19, we need to be innovative. This will stimulate growth within our businesses, and in being creative, not only for ourselves, but we also need to encourage creativity within the workplace. I found as a leadership coach is that we have three kinds of people. We have those that watch things happen, and we have those that make things happen, and those that have a copy syndrome. So I'll talk about all three. For those that make things happen, these are the leaders that are out there. They are creative. They have a I can do attitude. They say, why not? They are fearless in the way that they do in business. Now, for those that copy, they have a copy syndrome. They just watch new inventions coming through the marketplace. They copy and then they start to implement within their own business. And they're really not competitive in anything that they do. They are what I would call followers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as leaders, we are not in a place whereby we need to be stagnant, regardless of what's happening with COVID. We need to be out there doing something, because creativity is an open door for creativity and growth. Okay. So many leaders, they talk about innovation, but in reality, they're really not being innovative and they're not being creative in their business, and they lack creativity. So I looked at some of the world's top organizations and how they are being creative in business. What is making them to excel in their business? How are they excelling? How are they, what I would call trailblazing in the industries that they are in? And when we talk about the top organizations, I'm talking about Tesla, Facebook, Netflix. What makes them innovative? What kind of leaders are running these organizations? We're talking about Tesla. What kind of leader is running this organization? What kind of leader is running Netflix? I mean, we talk about Mr. Bezos from Amazon. We know his name, but I'm going to be talking about what they are doing. What are they doing to be disruptive in the industry? Okay, so the first thing that when I did a bit of research when it came to these top organizations and how they've been innovative and breaking barriers in the industry is that they ask questions. They ask questions. They go out there and then they ask questions in terms of why is their product not doing so well? Why are the competitors' products doing so well? When they ask these questions, they go back into their organizations, they create data. And when they create data, they go and network. I always talk about networking and how important networking is in this season. When I first came to Australia, it was important for me as a leader to network because not only did I want to meet new business connections and make new networks, it's because in order for us to build successful businesses, we cannot meet the same people and do business with the same people. You can't only meet with your inner circle. Networking is important. And I always say in my coaching seminars, when I go and coach the organizations, is that you are there to also create value when you go out there and you network with others. It's not about you just taking, you have to network. And networking is important. They go out there and they network with people that are outside their sphere of influence. And besides that, what they also do is that they watch and observe. I know in the franchise industries, for most of these top organizations that have got franchises, before you even buy into the franchise, you go out there and you watch what's happening in the business and how customers are using their products and services. I know Amazon is very good at that. They go out there and into the families' homes and into homes and they watch how the customers are using their products and services. And this is something that we need to be doing. So we talked about networking. They're going out there, they're meeting their customers and they're assessing what they're doing. And they do experiments. We need to be doing experiments and we need to do them small, cheap, before placing them out in the marketplace. I'm reminded of Netflix, that before Netflix had so many users, what they did is that they started small and their prices were cheap in order to access Netflix. And then they went out into the marketplace and now they are dominating the industry. And another thing that they did is that they hire and employ and reward those that are good at solving problems. So, and they also encourage innovation in the workplace. So I always say that in order to be innovative in your organization, you need to be hiring the right people. And I've noticed a lot of organizations right now, before they're hiring, they ask that question is, tell us one of the most complex problems you've ever solved. And in saying that, what they're doing is that they're gathering information on those that are interested in solving the most complex problems. Then they hire them and then they get them to solve the most complex problems. One of my favorite quotes is that the future belongs to those who choose to innovate and solve complex problems. So that's my question. What are the problems that you're trying to solve in your organization? Are you looking for people to solve their problems? So you need to go out there and you need to employ those that are willing to solve complex problems. And another thing that these organizations did is that in solving these complex problems, they didn't only get their senior leadership to solve these complex problems, but they also got the other employees to get involved. And the CEOs, the founders, they also got their hands dirty. They went in there. They didn't walk the talk only. You know what I mean? They got in there, they're with the employees, and they're also helping them to solve these complex problems. So what am I saying in all of this? I mean, I've talked about the top 10 organizations, some of them, and how they've been innovative in solving complex problems. And here it is. So how can you, as a leader of your organization, become more innovative and creative during this pandemic? You've got to go out there and network. You've got to go out there, meet new people. You've got to go out there and create value. It doesn't mean that if you go out there today, you network with other people. I know it's a bit difficult for some people now because we're indoors. You can still network online in groups, and LinkedIn is a powerful tool to network with people. But sometimes you may not get a big breakthrough in when you go and connect first time, second time, even in a year. But some people remember you, that you created value for them the first time, and they'll remember, oh, John, I remember meeting John a year ago. He created so much value for me. And one of my coaches told me that one person, one opportunity can change your life. So don't take networking for granted. And I just want to share some of my philosophies that have helped me to excel during this pandemic. Because as leaders, we need a philosophy to stand by. And I've stood by this, that as leaders, one of my philosophies is that it's about empowerment. Leadership is about empowerment. It's not about a title. Who are you empowering? Who will be your successor? Are you leaving a legacy? You know, we're not building organizations that are here today and then tomorrow when your vision dies, it dies with you. As a leader, you are building up other leaders. You're growing other leaders. You have successes that you are building. I'm so concerned about leaders that have employees, managers that are behind them. And the minute they try to rise up, they're bringing them down. That is not a quality of a good leader who wants to excel during this pandemic or who wants to leave a legacy. One of my other philosophies is that leadership is about influence. Your job is to influence others, whether or not they follow you or not. You're not there just to create followers. You know, you got to be willing to go out there and do it alone. You know, some of the greatest leaders, most people didn't believe in them. They didn't believe in their vision. I mean, if you look at Oprah, she applied for so many jobs and wanted to be on television. As a Black woman, they didn't see her vision. They didn't see what she saw. She saw herself breaking barriers, you know, and that's the sad reality. As leaders, we've got to go out there and do it alone first, and then they follow later. So you got to be willing to walk alone. Leadership is transgenerational. It's not about this present generation only. Even when and this is what we talk about in our SDG goals as well. When it comes to sustainability, leadership is about also creating opportunities, product services for the next generation, protecting our environment. Leadership is also about serving others. You know, I'm saddened. I've worked with so many leaders, and sometimes it was all about them, serving them. You know, when you serve your followers, when you serve those that are working with you, you'll be amazed at how much they encouraged, how much they inspired, you know, to work better and to improve, even if they're not producing the results. And last but not least, we all have a capacity to lead. You may be sitting there and you're saying, Hazel, I don't think I'm a leader. I'm struggling. But you know what? We're all born to lead. We've got stay-at-home moms that are now entrepreneurs. We call them mompreneurs. They're leaders. They lead in their family. They are good leaders. You may be a leader amongst your friends, leading your friends in the right direction, your business partners. You know, maybe you're looking for a job and you're saying, Hazel, I'm not a leader. How can I become a leader? We were all created to be leaders in our sphere of influence. Maybe you're trying to be a leader in an area where you've not called to be a leader, you know. And I've noticed that when you're following your purpose and when you're going with what you're being created to do, which those things that you're passionate about, they come naturally, you'll be the greatest leader in that area. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to share a short testimony. You know, leadership is not easy. I just talked about sometimes you've got to do it alone. You know, when I started my organization, Destiny Rise, you can find more information at destinyrise.org, where I started doing business workshops for women and going into prisons and into schools, empowered. It was 10 years ago. No one was doing it. And I wasn't doing it for pictures and to show off to people. I was doing it because I was passionate about empowering others. And I was so afraid the first day I went into the prisons. I was so afraid. And I remember walking into the prison and, they lock the doors behind you. And I looked at all these and I was shaking, and I was going to speak to 5,000 men about they can change, they can transform their lives. It ain't over. And I kept saying to myself, I can't do it. But you know what? I needed to awaken the leader in me. And so when I walked out there and I stood there and they were all wearing white and they were sitting in the sun, they looked at me. I was shaking. And I said, I'm going to do this. And I just started to speak and share that they can be a better dad. They can be a better husband. They can improve. It's not over. And the same thing for you. Your organization may be going down, or they may have taken your business, or you've lost your family. I know we're talking about leadership, or I don't know what you've lost, or your leadership skills are dormant. I've come to awaken the leader in you and say, you can do it. Same way I spoke to those 5,000 prisoners, same way I started doing those business workshops to empower others, is that I didn't see the future, but the future is bright if you do something today. So awaken the leader in you. Thank you.
Super, super speech, Hazel. I'm really, really honored and happy that we have you as the first speaker of World Leaders Summit. Great speech. Well, I have a very simple question to you. You are talking about a leadership quality, and you're saying that a couple of people are saying that maybe they are not leaders. Maybe, they want to live their own happy life. And you're saying that to be leader, probably you need to have one and only alone single path, single journey, which probably you can take, and you can take your life into a complete different level. Well, when we talk about anything related to walking alone and probably working alone, in my opinion, I have a very simple, basic question. Uh, is it a quality of a person that if he or she is a leader, they are actually creating more leaders rather than creating more followers? Or leadership is something like if you have more followers, then you are a great leader?
Good question. I love that question. I think when we leadership is about, yes, creating followers, but it's creating followers to follow you, and you are influencing, and then you're inspiring them to become better off from when they started. Mm-hmm. And we're talking, and you, from your first question, we talked about being in your sphere of influence and walking in your purpose. I find that when you focus on leading in your sphere of influence, you find the greatest fulfillment. But I talked about it when we talk about the copy syndrome, where there's those that are just copying, they actually not tapping into their leadership potential, because they're not influencing others as well in their creativity. So when you're walking in your purpose and when you're leading in what you've been called to do, you actually have the greatest influence on those that you're leading.
Great. So I have a question from one of the attendees. She's asking, she's from Jharkhand. Her name is Sweta Kumari. So what I get to know till now is people always focuses in getting technical degrees like medical and engineering. They thought that doing a great job and getting settled with a salary, what is all they need. Even parents push their children for this only. So how to promote entrepreneurship even in this harsh time of pandemic?
Oh, okay. A very good question. I think that as leaders is that you cannot maximize your full potential working for others, but it's not bad, to work for others. But as leaders, you are working to have a vision to lead, to have your own business, is what I always say. Have an exit plan, not only when you're working for somebody, but even when you've got your own organization. I talked about raising up successes. You must also have an exit plan when we're talking about who's gonna take over from you, So you're in a job, you're talking about leadership, you must have an exit plan from that job because you are an expert in your field. You're just learning how to be an expert and how to start your own business in that job.
Okay. So any other questions from the audience? You may raise your hand and then maybe I can put you live towards the session speaker. Okay, I can see someone is waving. Okay, so Amit Kumar Haldar, I don't know, that's not a question. He's saying hi from India, so probably you can tell him hi back. He'll be more than
Hi.
happy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have another round of question for you. You're talking more on, of course, leadership, entrepreneurship, and we are talking more on enhancing entrepreneurship. But I firmly believe that if you look at the whole world, like probably the country like India, we have a situation in India. Usually, parents, if they are sending their kids to any college, like Shweta is asking, like medical college or engineering college, we have an inclinedness that after your graduation, you should be doing some job instead of starting
Mm-hmm.
your own venture. So, in your opinion, do you feel that that's a good thing to do? Like, probably after the graduation, you do a job maybe for 2 to 3 years, and then after that, you start your venture, or you feel that that's a bad idea? We should have, we should have another round of differentiation. Like, while doing the graduation, you start your venture. In your opinion, what is best?
I think that I've actually dealt with this topic at length because I do programs to empower youth in Africa, and unemployment is almost at 95%. So my goal is that I am always equipping and empowering youth to become job creators instead of job seekers. So in answering that question, I advise people to become job creators instead of job seekers. Why? Because especially now, most of business is going to be done online. I would encourage people to start businesses online. And you may be listening to him, but Hazel, how can I do that? I truly believe in mentorship, coaching, investing in yourself. And if you don't have the money, there's a lot of free courses you can Google, get free information on how you can start a business. I mean, you can go on Amazon to start a business. You can go on eBay. You can be selling stuff. There's even marketplaces on Facebook where you can start selling stuff. But get out there and just do something. So my answer is, I'd rather encourage people to start their own businesses because globally right now, also because of the pandemic, there's a lot. The unemployment rates are very high, and the competition is very high. So I advise. Start your own business.
Okay. So we have a question from one of our partner. Ankit is here. I'm happy to see you, Ankit. Ankit is saying that it's an amazing session and they are broadcasting it into IBM TV. So he has a question. What is the difference between a leader and a captain?
that's an interesting question. I think that they're one in the same because a captain is leading his team. He's directing the boat. He's leading them and making sure that they're safe. He's empowering others. They train them when there is a storm, what to do. I think that they're one in the same. It is a powerful, amazing role. A captain, he trains his team and he's already has a successor in mind. So I think we can learn a lot from a captain. Thank you for that question. It is powerful. And I think I'll use it in one of my presentations.
Okay, so we have another question from Mr. Jatin Kataria. So he's saying a lot of discussion is going on around different tags. What is your perspective on difference between three tags? That is coach, mentor, and advisor.
Okay. Well, a coach, you pay for their services. A mentor just mentors you, advises you, and gives you advice. And what was the third one?
Advisor.
advisor. Same thing in
Coach,
an
mentor, and
advisor.
advisor.
Yeah. An advisor is the same thing as a mentor. They basically give you business advice, life advice. I often encourage people to get a business consultant, business coach, and a business consultant and advisor, the same thing. And a mentor, a coach, these are all very important. They will actually take you to your destination faster, quicker than when you try and do it alone. A lot of people take coaching, mentoring for granted. I don't. I value my mentors and my coaches. I make sure that I don't waste their time. A lot of people want mentors and coaches, but they're not willing to put the time and effort into it, because if you look at your mentors and coaches, they have struggled. They've been through some of the most difficult problems and situations, and they are making sure that you don't have to go through the same thing. So I encourage you, don't waste your coach's time or your mentor's time. And don't waste your money investing in a coach and then you're not turning up for the sessions and you're actually not applying what you're learning. And get a good coach. Do your due diligence, because a lot of people, we've got a lot of coaches online. Trust me, a lot. Everyone is a coach now. Do your due diligence. That's the power of social media. Go check the social media platforms, their reviews, and credibility is everything.
True, 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 true. So I can see that a lot of panel members are joining. Welcome, Eric, to the World Leaders Summit. I can see you. Okay, so I have another question from Mr. Kaiser. Kaiser is another co-panelist of yours. He is asking a very beautiful question. Do you think there is a leadership failure deficit in the world today?
Absolutely, especially Africa. Thank you for that question. I think that especially when it comes into talking about politics, if you go onto my website, destinyarise.org, we empower women to become the future leaders. We're encouraging women to be more involved in leadership, participation in politics. Right now, with the United Nations, when we're talking about the SDG goals, we're talking about gender equality. That is a fantastic question you've asked me. We have a leadership deficit because a lot of women are not given leadership roles in organizations. So yes, let us involve more women in leadership positions. Let us involve women when it comes to equal pay, and let us involve women where they need to be involved. Thank you.
Super. Subhash Singh, he is asking, he's from India, how to overcome mental blocks at the beginning of a business, how to keep the partners work along with you.
Mm-hmm. That is a fantastic question. I always touch on that. A lot of people are stuck, mental blocks, especially during COVID. And it happens to everyone. I was stuck. I don't know what to do because I was starting a TV show and it was doing well. And I was doing an event in Africa and I'd invited all these speakers and COVID hit. What do? There's a moment of shock and you're like, okay, but do you stay down? Remember the beginning of the session, I talked about doing nothing is not an option because this crisis, we're talking about COVID crisis, it is a breeding ground for opportunity. I love how in Japan and China, the word crisis is opportunity. So this is an opportunity that we have with COVID-19. It stimulates our growth. And I want to encourage you that even despite you being stuck and you're saying, okay, what do I do? Do something. Just get up. Do something. And you know what? It's by attending such events, World Leadership Summit, that you can get unstuck, listening to other leaders. And this is an amazing summit because the speakers have been called to come and share their secrets, how they overcame their obstacles. So that's one of the things that I overcame. I decided I'm not going to stay down. I'm going to do something, and look at me, I'm speaking at World Leader Summit. I came unstuck.
Okay, so I think we are good with all the question and answer. Thank you, Hazel. So we'll be more than happy if you stay with us. I'm sure that you're going to stay with us. So
yes.
We have our next speaker on the pipeline, and he is a great friend. Two of them are great friend. Of course, all of you are my great friend. So before I start the session, uh, I would love to talk a little bit about World Leaders Summit and their partners and kind of support that we have got from the community. So World Leaders Summit practically started on a conceptual level around 5 months back. And I've been talking to so many friends of mine who are change makers. And our next panelist is one of them who actually encouraged me and told me that, Arijit, you know what? This is what we all are looking at, a theme, a session, a platform so that people can share their concept, their knowledge, and people can interact with each other. So our next speaker is Mr. Kaiser. Kaiser Nassim is from Dubai. And let me give you a very brief about our next speaker. So he has got over 40 years of international experience in development banking, finance. Kaiser is a global thought leader, disruptor, and innovator with an entrepreneurial flair, and conceptualize and develop new institution, business model, challenging environments. He has assisted establishing banks, microfinance institutions in several countries for further financial inclusion. Kaiser is a great friend. He is a great human being. That's all I can say. With the huge profile that he has got and enormous experience he has got. Welcome, Kaiser, to World Leaders Summit. Over to you, sir. Kaiser, you're muted.
Good morning and good early morning to a lot of people. I think it's pretty early in some parts of the world, later in others. Africa, I'm sure it's early morning. I don't know, Hazel, where you're based. But Arijit, thanks a lot for the intro. And thanks a lot for this opportunity, actually. And like you said, like you rightly said, we have been discussing this for several months, even in person, despite the COVID, with our masks on. And I think I would just second what Hazel was saying that events like these are very healthy, especially in the period we are going through at the moment, where interaction is minimum. People are confined to homes. So this new platform, which has emerged, well, it had emerged already, but it has sort of grown in the last year of putting all of us together on one page or one screen is definitely a very welcome sort of an intervention in our lives, in our current life. So thanks a lot for that opportunity. And my subject is digital banking. I cover a lot of areas, but today we're focusing on digital banking. And the way I would like to structure it, because I just have 20 minutes, which is really not that much of a time. So I've just broke it down. I mean, I don't have any slides. I'm just showing. Can you see the screen right now? Do I have a slide on the screen? Am I sharing it?
You can share your screen, not a problem.
No, no, but I have shared it. Can you see it or not? I think there seems to be some issue.
It's coming. It's coming. Yeah, we can see
Okay.
that.
So, I mean, this is just to break up. So I'll just give you a little background because I think digital banking is something which all of us now know. Willingly or unwillingly, we've been pushed into it now. But a little background of what happened in the last 5 or 6 years and what is happening currently and what should we be expecting going forward. And then at the end, I would like to talk a little about how innovators and entrepreneurs should be behaving when they're innovating and carrying out business. Um, so that's how I'm going to structure it. So as we all know, fintechs have come a long way over the last 5 or 6 or 7 years, or even 10 years, as some would say. And there's a great deal of learning that has happened in these years since, since we started dealing with fintechs. And most of it has in terms of how market dynamics are changing and how technology has empowered institutions to deliver their products and services in a much better way. So that is one learning. The other is that, you know, in reaction to this changing market dynamics of how people want to bank and how people want to relate to their finance and to their banking services, we've noticed that large legacy institutions are taking a lot of time to align themselves to these changing market dynamics. And this provided an opportunity to financial technology firms to come in and fill that wide open space. So that's another learning. The third learning is that both fintechs and banks were quick to realize that because of the fact that they need to cater to a lot of individuals, because we're talking about leveraging technology to lower costs. And costs can only be lowered if you are scaling. And fintechs quickly learned that in order to scale, they need to actually partner with legacy institutions for the simple reason that these are the institutions which actually have the consumers or the customers, or at least the data of these consumers and customers, what they're really at. So the learning, and on the part of the banks, what they've learned is that because of the fact that they take a longer time to turn around, they just discommissioned the jumbo jets, the 747s. But I remember in the old days, the example was turning around a jumbo jet. So it's like a jumbo jet being turned around when you turn around a legacy huge institution. It takes years for that to happen. So to quicken that pace, they learned that they need to partner with fintechs. So over the last 5, 7 years, we saw FinTech 1 and we saw FinTech 2, where initially banks were scared that now their lunch will be eaten by the FinTechs. But then FinTech 2 came along where both of them realized that they need each other, one for the consumer base and one for the technology. So that is what's happened. We also know that in this current pandemic, over the last 9, 10 months or almost a year now, all of us have been actually catapulted into the digital age. Some of us willingly, but many of us unwillingly. But that is the nature of the day to day. This is how we are in today's time. You like it or you don't like it. You have to use technology in the way you buy your food, in the way you meet people like we're doing right now, in the way you conduct your banking. So that's why the pace of digitalization has accelerated. And some estimates say that it has been accelerated by 5 years, or maybe some even say 10 years. That if the pandemic had not struck, we would have reached this stage we are at today, or in 2025 or so. So today we see, because of what's happened in the last 5 or 6 years, an increased use of payment platforms, specifically because of what's happened in the pandemic, but even before that, because of the efforts by governments to move towards cashless societies. So there's a lot of that happening. With the advent of artificial intelligence and machine learning, we also saw a lot of technology platforms delving into the space of crowdfunding and even lending. And this is because, again, technology had made that possible. And it allowed much faster and deeper penetration into the market. So technology provided an opportunity to, professionals like myself, international development bankers, who are keenly looking at financial inclusion for the past many, many years. Technology provides the opportunity to quicken that pace as well. And today, I think it is the 1.5 billion excluded individuals globally will probably be onboarded into formal financial services much quicker than in the past 5, 10, 15 years. And actually, we could see it. There's a report published by the World Bank every 4 years. It's called the fintech Index, which measures the amount of financial inclusion globally. And between 2014, the report previous to the latest one, which is 2017, there were about 400 to 500 million people onboarded or included into the financial system, which was the fastest pace. And we like to believe a lot of that is because of there was technology available for us to do that at that point in time. And because of this ability, fintechs are going to continue to seek pain points in banking and finance and address those to better serve. So we will see a growth in the way these fintechs evolve, because it's still evolving, by the way. We've seen a lot of growth. We've seen all these learnings that I spoke about, but the space is still evolving. And there are a lot of countries, this is sort of a general overview, but many countries of the world are still not at par in terms of their access to digital banking or digital services. And there are many reasons for them. Obviously, one of them is the internet penetration and ownership of smartphones, but a lot has also to do with the evolving regulatory frameworks, because regulators, even in the most developed countries, are still struggling, even today, to understand how this space should be regulated. It's a moving target. And I'll talk about regulatory frameworks at the end, but regulation, just so that you know, I mean, I'm sure we all know that regulation is always following innovation. So you will never innovate in an ideal regulatory or conducive framework. It never happens. But the regulators have to keep pace, but their responsibility actually is to ensure that that innovation is not harming the ecosystem, the systemic risk that we talk about. And I'll speak about that in the last part of my. I hope you're keeping time also, Arijit.
Of course,
I'll
yes.
try to stay in time. Now, what's going to happen, in the coming years? I mean, that's just studying what has happened and the trends in markets. And as you know, Arijit, I work across the globe. I work in several countries, and having been with the World Bank, I've been almost in every country. And like you said, set up institutions, and all our work, even if it's private sector, even if it's for large banks, the end focus is financial inclusion and poverty alleviation. You can do it through a big petrochemical company also. You can have the same objective, or you can do it through a small microfinance lending institution. It's the same objective. So the World Bank Group's one objective has always been poverty alleviation and how you can bring more and more people into the formal financial sector. And the reason for why that is, I mean, again, this diverge a little, is because it empowers people. Access to finance empowers people. And to Hazel's point, the most affected by poverty are women globally. And if women have access to finance, and it'll be a subject of another discussion, by the way. It's facts and figures. I'm sure Hazel knows it. That how much value can be added. You can look at my LinkedIn. I have written articles on that. How much value can be added back to an economy of any country if you just bring in 50% of the workforce? It's simple maths, right? You're using 50% of your work, so if you use 100% of it, you'll add more value. And that 50% is the women who are excluded. So being able to, enabling women, amongst others, because of the 1.5 billion, by the way, more than half are women who are excluded financially. I think it's like 65%. So bringing them into the fold will enable quicker economic development, and not only quicker economic development, but greater impact on that, because women tend to have a greater impact when they're doing business, because they impact not only their own families, they actually impact the whole community. And again, we'll talk about it in some other in later. But going forward, so we will see more use of data now, because you have all these platforms, but the use of data is still, I think, in its initial stages, because there's a lot of confusion of which data can be used and how it can be used, and we all know that. Again, I'll speak about it towards the end of it. So increased improvement in the way data is sourced, in the way data is structured, in the way data is analyzed, it's deciphered, and the way insights are derived from that data. So we see a lot of improvement in that because of the way AI and machine learning is going to be used. And a lot of institutions will start using data to formulate their strategies. So what we call data-driven strategies. So business targets will be based on data-driven strategies, because they will be more accurate. They will give you the ability of being able to provide you more focused and more targeted financial products at the right time and at the right place. We will also see, I mean, because we talk about financial inclusion, but obviously we also need to look at that these technology platforms are being used for wealth management, for example. And again, this goes to the fact that when you're dealing with SMEs, and I mean, this again is something I've been doing for many years. So it's not just the SME that you should be targeting. So when we talk about banks increasing their wallet share, so it's the owner of the SME. And typically, if it's an SME bank and lending to an SME business, the owner of the SME, who probably has accumulated over the last years $1 million, maybe not a billion, but a million. So he has that wealth managed somewhere else, not with the institution that he is borrowing from. So now you have the ability to get deeper into the wallet of that individual by offering him wealth management services and other services. So we'll see an increase in wealth management platforms of the years and investment platforms as well. People who want to invest, because I'm sure all of us have kept an eye on tokenization, and a lot of these assets are being tokenized now, which is easier and makes sort of investing or investment more democratic, if you may, and more dispersed in terms of the client base. So we'll see a lot of that happening in the coming years. It started happening. This collaboration which has happened between fintechs, so it will not only continue, but it will accelerate. There will be more collaboration going forward because as banks, and especially there's a lot of countries where these banks have just embarked on the digital journey, and these are countries which are developing countries. These are the countries like Yemen and Iraq and Lebanon and Egypt. So institutions will, instead of innovating themselves or creating innovation labs, they would need to start using existing platforms and leverage those existing platforms to be able to quickly roll out their digital products. So we'll see more of that happening. Things like banking in a box, for example. So you will see fintechs offering banking in a box to institutions, and it's again already happening, but it will accelerate. There'll be a lot of banking as a service, which is still evolving, by the way. Few banks I know have started it. So banks which have the licenses will start offering their platform to fintechs who have the products and the ability to quickly assess the risk. So we'll see a lot of that happening. Over the years, the other learning has been that, when you spoke about digitalization, and even today, actually, it meant for banks an app, a front end app that you look at an app and say, wow, my bank has an app. So that's a good thing, right? It's called customer experience. And that app actually works if you want to transfer money from your account to your own account, or perhaps a few accounts that you link. So it's a wow. But the moment you tap on a credit, you want to apply for a consumer loan, it won't take you 5 minutes or 10 minutes, it'll probably take the usual week. And the reason for that, and this is something I also continuously talk about, is that a lot of banks have not focused on the back end process. So the front end is great. You can ask for a loan in 1 second, but the back end process, since it's not been digitalized, takes longer. It's the same old process where a person is sitting and, So a lot of, going forward, we will see a lot of digitalization in the back end processes. So that's the credit processes, that the KYC processes, that the AML processes. We will also see, so that's the third or fourth thing, I lost count. The next thing we'll see a lot of, you've probably heard unbundling of banking services. When the fintechs came in, unbundled the banking services because one of them provided payments, someone did crowdfunding, so which a bank used to do. So now we'll see a bundling of fintechs, which will allow more holistic offering of products and services. So we'll see bundling of a payment platform with a lending platform, with a KYC platform, with an onboarding platform, which actually is a digital bank. And licenses have started being issued. Singapore just recently allowed 3 of these, and Hong Kong, we know there were 7 of them. Abu Dhabi, there's like 3 already, and there's going to be another 7. So bundling of fintechs to offer holistic products and services. The most, but all of these are important. But another important thing is that in order to gain customer confidence and to ensure banks have proper risk management in place, they need to offer non-financial services again. And again, I'm sure Hazel has an idea of what I mean. So it's not, and again, this has caught up. I mean, this is in the last 10 years. I like to believe a lot of it is because of the advocacy the World Bank and I have done in many countries. But banks have started offering non-financial services also. And the reason for that is just throwing money at a problem or at a, at a business that is going down is not enough unless the business knows how to use that money properly and how to add value to that through productive activities. So that's the type of non-financial service that a bank can provide, is how do you improve the ability of your client to run their business better. And that gives you not only a good client, it also gives you a good portfolio because the risk of default is less. A very good example, and I've been involved in it, is this COVID relief packages. Um, Arijit, if you're sending me a message, I'm not reading them about time. So
No,
if
no,
I'm out of time, just say it. Yeah, just
I'm
tell
not
me.
sending you anything. Don't worry.
Okay.
Relax,
You-
relax.
okay.
You're in time. Relax.
So in COVID, for example, almost all governments and all central banks globally offered relief packages, right, to companies which needed working capital, to companies which needed to pay their salaries. They had loan repayments. So these relief packages came in. The problem was that all these SMEs had no idea which of these packages they should tap. What should they ask for? And the reason I know that, I mean, we know it now because it was in the newspapers, the SBA, especially in the US, Small Business Association, had no clue of how to borrow. But I got a lot of calls from businesses that, look, should I get salaries for my employees? Or should I get money so I can give my loan, repay my loan? Or should I get working capital? So banks gave the money, but they didn't tell them that, okay, if this is how your business is suffering, this is the type of loan you need. If this is what you need to do, you need to refurbish your machinery, this is the type of financing you need. This is what I mean by NFS. And a lot of this is going to happen, that there's going to be a portal in the websites of banks, and some of them already have that, where you teach business owners, especially small business owners, how to run their businesses better. And last but not the least, well, actually not the last, but not the least in any case, is cybersecurity, because trust is important, especially in matters of finance and banking. It is trust that enables you to retain, to attract and then retain clients, and especially when we are moving into a cashless society. And now we've been catapulted into that cashless society, as we know. So the risk of cyber attacks has increased. And therefore, an awareness of that, campaigns, advocacy, but also institutions putting in place, software and technology that can. So we'll see a lot of growth in that. So fintechs or cybersecurity companies will obviously have a lot of work to do in the coming days. We've all heard of open banking. I think it started in the UK. It's basically that the data belongs to the client, and they can give it to whoever they want. They can deal with whichever financial institution they want. So we'll see more growth of open banking. It will continue to grow as it enables a larger variety of targeted financial products that address the real customer needs, what they need, because they can then shop on, use the data. They don't need to stick to that bank. There are other APIs on the platform of the bank. So if they need a certain type of product, they can go to that institution. So this is open banking. It's open for the clients because the data belongs to them. And it's enables better use of the data and better insights from that data to reduce costs to serve the client. So the client also benefit because of reduced costs. And a lot of capital raising will be done through technology platforms also. When the company is looking for equity, so the investors are a little bit wary these days. So they need to be given much more insight into a business than you get from an IPO on a stock exchange. So digital platforms, technology platforms, I think will be used. Again, they are being used, but very limited for raising capital for companies. So that's the way I sort of structured the background, the learnings from what's happened, and what I see is going to happen going forward. Now, in all of this, again, it's a learning, but also it's something which I don't think is very sort of practiced very well. Although, and things are never practiced very well, and that's why you have advocacy. I remember back in the 90s, we talked about pollution, not climate change and stuff, it was pollution. And I remember the hard time I faced when I was addressing a group of cement company owners in I think it was in India or in Pakistan, when I said that, why don't they buy this piece of equipment to put on top of their chimneys, which are emitting all these pollutants? And it costs, I think, $1 million. And then they say, why? We don't need to do it. No one is. Why should we do that? So we said you need to do it because your stakeholders living around your cement are dying because of that. But there was no understanding, and there was a lot of pushback. But continuous advocacy brings about a change. in anything. So a lot of times, and I think Arijit, you know that very well, and I think most of my talks nowadays are on responsible innovation and responsible use of innovation. And I think that is very important. They're important for several reasons. One is that all of us have to be responsible. And let me also tell you, because we have a lot of entrepreneurs, I think, on this, that the responsibility of being responsible falls on the shoulders of the innovators and entrepreneurs today, because the past has not seen that. My generation has not been very responsible in the way we have innovated or used technology or gone about our business, and we know that. I mean, look at the world today. I mean, I don't need to talk about it. So going forward, we need to clean up that mess. Number one, and number two, we need to be responsible in the way we do it. I was addressing a class of MBAs the other day, and one of the students said, "Why is it our responsibility if you made the mess?" I don't have an. I said the answer is the mess is there. You need to clean it up, and it's you who are now in charge. So that's you can't say that why it's your. It is your responsibility. You just it has just fallen on your shoulders, and hence I say the responsibility of being responsible is on your shoulders of the younger generation, which has to go. Now, when I say being responsible in the way you innovate, what I mean is because we've seen a lot of breaches on the last several years because of the use of technology. We've seen a lot of irresponsible behavior. So link this to the fact that you are innovating in an environment which is not conducive to that. And if you are irresponsible, as Facebook has been in the way they use data, as a lot of other companies have been talking about banks, Wells Fargo, for example, in the way they use it, or JP Morgan, in the way they use their customer data to sell them products which they didn't even need and didn't even know they were buying actually because they had access to data. This is irresponsible. And when that happens, the regulatory framework which is going to follow is going to be more stringent than it would have been, more stringent than conducive. And hence, it stifles innovation. And hence, your ambition of being an innovator entrepreneur is going to be stifled. You will not be able to bring into the market products. So because of the fact that you as innovators and entrepreneurs want to make a difference to society, be responsible so that the regulators say, yes, this is something which is needed. It is not a danger to the system as a whole. It is actually adding value to clients and customers and all that. And hence, let's make a regulatory framework which encourages this young man or woman to be able to, innovate in this environment. And not only the innovators or the people who are innovating, but the users of innovation as well. And there are numerous examples. I mean, all of us probably have numerous examples themselves, but some that come quickly to your mind are, for example, the use of technology for lending. And there's been a lot of backlash in terms of, without proper assessment of the proper non-financial service provision, a lot of institutions have just pushed out credit and indebted people in Africa, in Asia, without them actually knowing that why were they getting this money and and they actually had to repay it. So that's irresponsible. So you need to be upfront and tell these people that this is what the money is for. This is how it should be used for productive purposes. Another good example is, and this is all because of algorithms, which I'll just come to. The other good example is HR. So a lot of HR functions are now leveraging technology for their hiring, for their annual assessments. But let's talk about hiring. So a lot of examples where we have come across biases in the fact that when people were hired, they were not hired solely on the basis of their competence, but again, gender crept in, color crept in, and a lot of other things crept in. And the reason for that was because of the biases which crept in because of the person who wrote the algorithms. It's end of the day a person. So that person wrote it with those biases in mind. So the user of that technology now has the responsibility of ensuring before deploying that the biases have been taken out. And a lot of work is being done right now in removing biases from a lot of these algorithms. In justice systems in the US, they started using to sentence people technology. And the study showed after a year that most of the sentencing was for black people. Most of the sentencing was for people who were of a certain gender. And it was just because of the algorithms. So don't just blindly follow the algorithms. So the innovators, when they are making the innovations, when they are writing those algorithms, are responsible to ensure that the biases have not crept into them. And when they're offering them to the users, they can tell them that it's free of biases. But the users have that responsibility also to make sure that they're. So I think I'll just end here. I don't know if I'm short of time or ahead of time. 7:33 is what, 9 o'clock? So it's half an hour, I think, right?
You are exactly in time and you are amazing. You are amazing, amazing, amazing. No words. Well, if you have any kind of questions, audience, so please feel free to shoot the question. And of course, we can take it forward. Am I audible to all of you? Hello.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So before they shoot the question, probably a couple of them are writing. Okay, so I got few of the comments and questions from the Facebook Live. Okay, so someone is asking about the future of banking. What is going to happen in next generation of banking? Because we have crypto, which is coming up. We have a very interesting cashless system, which is being implemented in various different countries. So what is going to happen? What is your opinion?
Okay, good question, and sort of something which everyone is grappling with. So I did give a little sort of insight into what I think will happen. First of all, we need to understand that banking is going to be there. So going back to famous quote of Bill Gates, who said that banking is necessary, but banks are not. So the form and shape this banking will take is already changed. It will continue to change. So you will not have the brick and mortar banks. You will have cashless societies. Sweden has already achieved that. I think Finland is close to it. UAE, where I sit, actually is aiming for, I think, 20 in the next 4 or 5 years. They will be completely cashless, and it's quite cashless as we speak. So you will not have brick and mortar. So a lot of what you call banking. So banking is, taking care of your finances, making sure that you have surplus money invested somewhere, making sure that if you're running a business, you are able to access funding. So all this will continue to happen, right? Because that's how businesses are run and lives are also run. But it will be done on a digital platform. So these fintechs, these banking at a platform, this will happen. You spoke about cryptocurrencies. So yeah, it's evolving. There's a lot of backlash from regulators because this is one thing which central banks want to make sure that they are the ones who are emitting the currency and making sure and taking control of that currency. But having said that, and you know what they did to the Facebook's the name change from Libra, I'm forgetting what it is now, cryptocurrency. So they've now put in more conditions in terms of how or who can issue cryptocurrencies. But at the end of the day, I think it does democratize, currencies, especially for people who want to move assets from one jurisdiction to the other. Uh, uh, so that's, I think, the benefit of it. Obviously, the downside is that you can move assets which are not really kosher assets. So I think that's the concern on the regulatory side. Besides, obviously, the concern of central banks not being able to control it. It will evolve. I think China we might see being the first one, which they're actually going forward with it. The central bank cryptocurrency, but that's also central bank. It's not going to be decentralized. It's being issued by central bank. So that's the other thing happening, by the way, on crypto. So what is happening is that central banks want to issue it themselves. So it's not that they're against the crypto; they're against the crypto not being regulated by central bank. So there will be cryptocurrencies going forward, but central bank cryptocurrencies. Again, this could change. It's just as we said today. I mean, look, we can speak about the future. We spoke about it in 2019 December. If you read my, I write a sort of on LinkedIn every end of the year, season's greeting or something, and wrapping up the past year and looking forward to the next. So I was looking forward to 2020, as all of us were looking forward to do great things in person, actually, on the spot. In countries like Iraq, in countries like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, where I worked, there's a lot of work to be done there on financial inclusion, on integrating the economic system to the global system. And I was looking forward to doing that because that's what I'm doing these days. I sit on boards of institutions and helping them. And here I am sitting behind my screen since March. So things change. You can predict something, but things will change. Even the pandemic, it started with what 10% of the global GDP is going to be eroded. It started with 3%. It went up to 15%. It came down to 10%. I don't know where it is now. It's 7, 8% of GDP has been eroded so far, which is a lot, which is 7, 8 trillion US dollars. So that's my take.
Super. I've got another question from Ankit. Ankit is giving you a greetings. Hi, sir. Good morning. I would like
Yeah.
to know a universal banking system for global citizens.
Okay, so the shape we are in today, need to fix the world first before we talk about this global or universal income also and universal bank. It is universal in a sense. I mean, look, I don't know what you mean by universal, but if it means that you have a bank account in a fifth country or a third country or a second country and you can operate it sitting in another country, you have that. Obviously, there are issues of taxation, there's the issues of exchange rates and all that is happening. So yeah, I mean, you can aim for that. It might be a good idea, but before that, there are a lot of things that have to come into place. Equality is one of them. I mean, forget global equality, even in equity, even in countries themselves. There's a huge difference between people and the livelihoods of the people. So, when we start talking about being unified, we need to work towards that. It probably will take, it's probably the young people sitting here, when they're talking to the next generation of innovators, something that you may want to leave them with. But look, I've written a lot on these institutions which were supposed to do that. So United Nations is one of them. And the one I work for, actually, World Bank, is also one of them, where you have to bring in equity and unity, and everyone is equal. The SDGs say that 2030, which again I have something on LinkedIn you can read. I think we're way off target to achieving the SDGs by 2030. So again, that's my take on it. Unfortunately, sorry, I will not be setting up a universal bank anytime soon.
Okay, so we have
But
got,
good question, Ankit.
yeah, we have got another question from Jatin. So he is saying that really love the thought process of banking is not telling you which loan is feasible for you. Whenever they will start telling, it will be something great. So huge change is needed from target-based banking to need-based banking. So I think this is a comment. Yes, Jatin, that's true. So I've got another question, and that's interesting. It's a statement. It's always difficult to carry multiple currencies, especially while you are traveling. So your comments on that? Maybe probably creating a common ecosystem for one kind of currency. Is it possible?
Well, the European Union, it is, except for Great Britain, which is exited. Look, I mean, you don't need to carry currency anymore. You can have it on your smartphone. So if you're someone who's used digital, and it already happened actually. I mean, wherever you're paying, you can pay in the currency of that country that you're in. That gives you the option. So I don't know. I mean, if you're talking about currency notes, you want to carry the notes. Uh, they're exchange houses. People should do that.
Well,
So, but
then,
but digitally, like for example, I can give you my example. So I don't even carry cash, by the way, and I'm caught many times without cash because even in places like Canada, when I had a coffee, this is a few years ago now, they accept credit cards. They didn't accept credit cards in Tim Hortons, which is the largest chain, and this I'm talking about like 7, 8 years ago. Credit cards they didn't accept, and I had no money, so I had a lot of free coffee from Tim Hortons, and I said, look, I drank my coffee. I don't have any money. They said that's okay, next time.
okay. Thank you, Kaiser, for all the insights, and thank you, audience, from the great questions. And we would move towards our next speaker. Eric, are you there? Eric. So we have Eric from China. I'm sure he actually joined, so I'm not sure whether he is there or not. I can see him online, probably some network glitch. But before we hop to Eric's speech, let me give you a small rundown about World Leaders Summit and their partners. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply, deeply touched by the person called Vittal from Rajkot, who did all those amazing creative for World Leaders Summit, who created the logo, the whole branding, and the whole infrastructure of what is there, whatever you are watching online. Vittal, thank you so much. We have Avik from a small startup who actually created the website of World Leaders Summit. Thank you so much, Ovik, Web Hub Solutions. Thank you so much to create this amazing website, and really thankful to Entrepreneur Face for their amazing network and the startup that they have given me. And of course, the great person from Spain, BizTech, Drick, thank you so much for letting it happen and giving so much vibration. Texas, another ecosystem partner of ours from Thailand. Thank you, iLead. Thank you, Wadwani Foundation, NEN. Thank you, IBM TV. Thank you, Africa Digital. Thank you, HD Africa. Thank you so much, HD Africa. Because of you, we got so many registration of so many startups. So we have been checking those startups and then filtering in them and then giving a recognition award and connect to the investors. Thank you, Adamus University, and the lot of different ecosystem partners. I think it's a long list, but yes, I have Squash Code, Cosplay, Second Life Tech, Yoga Training, My Films, Sports Zone In, I Am Superhero, Cybersecurity, VGT, Supreme Corp from Australia, IOI Industries, Virtual Infocom, Peer Signal, Animation Reviews, Glamour Face, 8 Metals, Ability Global, the investment banking firm from Australia, and in gaming, Deep Tech Knowledge, and much more. And of course, how can I forget a person called Abdullah? He helped us to get all those UK-based startups, filtering them up, and then getting things done. Thank you so much, all the partners. So yes, I can see Eric is there. Eric is actually a great person, a great Lionheart guy. I know him for so many years. We have shared so many good times together that I can't, think of it. And he is being called as Skin Lord in entire Asia and Canada. Eric, welcome to World Leaders Summit. Thank you so much, buddy, that you came. And let me give you a small brief about Eric. Eric Kai is from China. He's a managing director of AICA Inc. And he is doing massive work on artificial intelligence and, of course, on various different electronic segment. And my God, he did an amazing job a couple of years back working with NAB as well as with Hollywood, with movies. Man, how many businesses he ran? Welcome to the show, Eric. Eric, you're not, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. No. No. I can see Isabella. Welcome, Isabella, the beauty from Spain. Eric, let me give you a mute and unmute. Let me see. I'm asking you to unmute. Can you speak? No, I can't hear you. No. 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 Do you have a phone or do you have some other device? We really can't hear you, Eric. Yeah, it's connecting to your audio. I can see that. Can you speak? No. No. Yeah. Okay, no worries. As long as Eric is trying to fix his mic, probably he's trying to connect with another device. I can see that. So, Eric, you can try to speak, but we can't hear you somehow. Okay, let me give you a very brief about Eric and how we have been interacting with each other in China. So I was introduced to Eric a couple of years back, probably, I think, I forgot, maybe 5 years back or maybe 6 years back. And I was there as a speaker in one of the event in China, and there's a great place where you can actually see the terracotta army. So I went to that particular place of China. It's called Xi'an, and we met. And the first thing that he did is giving me a huge hug, and he told me that thank you for coming to my land, and what can I serve you? I have some noodles for you. Can we share noodles with each other? Can we start becoming good brothers instead of becoming friends? So Eric is that kind of person who will actually help you for anything. Probably he is trying to set up his microphone. I'm not sure, but yes. Yes, so I'm like trying to help him, but probably his mic is not working. Some kind of hardware glitch. I'm not sure. Um, we'll be waiting for you, Eric. Don't worry. We have attendees and we have panelists. We are all there to help you. Don't worry. Super. Okay. So we have the day that's coming. Like I'll give you another round of probably speakers profile who are actually coming. So next to Eric, we have another speaker, Isabella. She is from
I
Spain.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Good to have you back, buddy.
Great.
Good, good, good.
Would you like to start your camera?
Hold on a sec. I mean, there's some issue with my phone. I'm traveling in Beijing right now, so I don't have my computer.
No
I
worries. If
only
you are
have
comfortable
a
with,
phone with me. That's
no
why
worries.
it's
If you're comfortable with without your,
challenging.
no problem. If you're comfortable without your video, we are totally cool. You can speak. Yes, we can see you.
You can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome back, buddy.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Hello?
Yes.
Everything's okay?
Everything's fine.
okay?
Cool. Super.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I'm traveling. That's why I don't have the right
There
equipment.
is no sorry in between friends and family.
Yeah, just give you a little bit of update after we separate last time. I was still doing the trade show. I was technology international technology trade fair, as you know, and that's how we met.
Yep.
When the pandemic happened, it started off from Wuhan, as you know. This incident created a lot of trouble for everybody, all kinds of lives in the world, including India and including United States, including all the countries that involving with my technology fair. Everybody were asking me how I was doing, because at the beginning, China was the most severe country out of all nations. A lot kind, greetings and also try to make sure everything's okay with my family and my country, including you as well. I mean, I got Indian friends asking what's going on, how's everything. So I'm very thankful to everybody. But later on, when this pandemic evolved, all the countries start getting infected, and people start calling me because they can see China is getting better. Out of all the countries, China start getting better, and now, as of now, I think China is the most safest and the less infected country in the world now. And people start asking me how we achieve this and how we can help them to get over this crisis. And because we were doing technology, obviously the first thing we came up with and what we actually started doing is using technology to against this virus, which is quite deadly and very challenging for everybody. From Korea, our common friend Park. Yeah. Park also very suffering. Korea suffering the pandemic just like everyone else, but there's a big need from his client, and obviously is one of the major electronic company. I'm not going to mention the names, but I think you can guess very well. The few largest giants in Korea start looking into create a consumer electronic equipment to become helpful in this world pandemic, which is a disinfection robot. And robots, believe it or not, is become more and more popular since this COVID-19 slamming the whole world. Many areas we need robots to help us to clean up or doing the services. And I don't know if you noticed, since a few years back, we already have a big section of robots showcasing in our show. Yes. And this has become very big now because these world companies, they need robots to be produced in thousands. Compared with before, robots are only just like a gimmick, just like a trick to make people feel technology is happening. Now robots become frontiers to go into dangerous areas like hospitals to serve patients, and also go into human sort of in danger zones. We got a big request from one of the biggest chain, a hotel chain in the world, when Europe gets really severe, and now United States and Canada gets very serious with the infection. This big world hotel chain has a huge demand to disinfect all the rooms, all the resources they have. So they came up with the biggest order so far in the world in terms of robotic products. We're talking about 10,000 as the first order robots to go into their hotel chain to disinfect all the rooms and the facilities they have. And besides the disinfection robots and the service robots, we're going to rooms to deliver food, go to hospitals to deliver medicine and the medical equipments. When this virus is so strong, human in many areas, it's very dangerous to go in, and especially for hospital people, for hotel people, to stay there for a long time. So robots become such a big hit, turn out to be one of the uprising superstar in consumer electronics now. And we got this order, not just the first order, then we have continuously more order in information robots. They were standing in front of the facilities like offices and communities as a doorkeeper to make sure people who's not in the community or not in this office cannot get in. And also, even when they get in, they have the facial recognition system in place, make sure that's the right person. Also, the temperature-wise is in the right temperature, so they're not a patient or anybody infected to get into these closed areas. So these information robots will introduce you where to go, if it's a hospital or a hotel, and also will make sure no one who's not in this area that can get in at all. So big orders, information robots, delivery robots, disinfection robots. And these is kind of industry development we could never even imagine if it wasn't because this COVID-19 situation. And the robot business is experiencing a boom. And we're actually in front of it because China becomes one of the major ODM and OEM base for the whole world. On this product, the reason Korean large companies in Korea wants to work with China, international companies want to work with China because we do have the infrastructure in terms of the technology. And also we have a big mass production basis in southern China, can produce these products in a very cost-effective way. Because of that, because the trade show give me all these resources internationally in terms of demand on also the supply side as well, we are start facing this very exciting, opportunity now in a very sort of sad pandemic days. This is the light that somehow came in as a blessing. We have this huge boom in this industry. So I would like to also through you and your platform to let people know there is many robots and very effectively to help people in this critical moment. And then China is the base for producing them and developing the technology. And any specific area, because everyone have different challenges, we can custom make these robots for them. And we can also help them to produce it. If they already have such product in their mind, we can produce it for them in China. But there's an interesting also development because in the United States, Donald Trump wasn't such a fan to fight with the virus. He was giving up basically. But now because Joe Biden is taking the office now, the hotel Joe Biden is staying now before he goes to the White House is actually one of the clients is buying these robots for us. So very soon Joe Biden will be standing one of our robots and promoting this product to all countries, in the United States to start using disinfection robots. There are many kinds of disinfection robots. There's ones only for the carpet, for floor cleaning, and there's ones for in the big area to use spray of the chemicals, and also in the smaller area to use the UV lighting. So it's a series of robots that we're developing now for this hotel chain, and also some very big hospitals. This is something that I'd never really realizing while I was doing the trade show, how this thing could helping all these countries. All of a sudden, there is a very interesting development while we're having the big severe trade war with the United States. And the United States is a chance they will block all the Chinese product to import into the United States because Donald Trump having this severe trade war against China. And we were even thinking about India. If we get the order and then we cannot get it produced in China because there's a sanction against Chinese products, we will move the production base to India. To help us to develop the products continuously to the world, to our clients, against these political trade wars that we could facing still with United States. But now, since Joe Biden is coming to White House, everything I think will improve. So we can see a better days in developing the robotic technology to help people during this the pandemic days. Very exciting experiencing I'm having right now because I'm in Beijing traveling with some of my colleagues to sourcing more robotic products to help our clients around the world. Arijit,
Yeah.
isn't that interesting?
It is interesting. I'm talking to someone else. Sorry. Let me put myself
Okay.
off. I'm so sorry.
Who's this?
I'm actually managing a lot of things, Eric. Don't worry about my gestures. I'm managing approx 5 PCs in my 2 hands.
Oh, okay, okay.
Please
I
continue.
can understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is for OEM and ODM. We can definitely help all the countries during this COVID time, and also we can provide services to AI implementation in all these specific countries that are facing the challenges with a very good robot to serve, to fit into their needs. Is there any questions?
Oh, yes. So we have a question from Mr. Anup Agarwal. He would love to understand what you're doing for helping the hospitals with your robots. What are the robots that you have created to help the hospitals? Probably he wants to buy some robots or maybe explore the opportunity to do business with your company. Am I
Okay,
audible?
so for hospitals, we again, like, we have a system of a series of disinfection robots. We have a combination of spray and the UV lighting as one, and also they will have a very big UV light disinfection robot that we developed before hotels and hospital rooms. We also have this information robot in the front to guide patients to go to the section they need to go, and also do the blood pressure and also the temperature checking with the robot to give it the first run of a checkup through this robot. And also we have delivery robots for all kinds heavy duty medical equipment. And also we have light delivery robots to deliver medicine and food to certain areas of the hospital when there's a lot of patients there. We use delivery robots. So there's a series of delivery robots and disinfection robots, again, together combined with a guidance of information robots. So it's a big family of robots we're looking at. It depends on your budget and also depend on your needs. We can give you different suggestions on what kind of robots we can provide you.
Yeah, so Mr. Agarwal is saying that he will be more than happy to collaborate with you. Well, I've got a question from Mr. Kaiser. So what are the other type of robots do you make? Anything on the banking sector? Any AI-based solution that you make for the banking? Do you know some companies who are doing such?
Right now, I'll be honest with you, in terms of banking, banks as well, we are doing the facial recognition, and we have a very good close relationship with the China Merchants Bank. Basically, the bank we're working with them right now is also for disinfection of all the bank areas, because of banks also is a closed door area that many people go in, that they're very concerned. So we have disinfection robots, and also have the information robots. So you can do your banking numbering, the lineup. It's all digitally controlled by this information robot at the front, and also providing all the information the banks that will ask you at the beginning, instead of a real person. Now the information robot will take care of all these needs. So right now we're mostly this ACA company. We're working right now as a total solution for service robots. So specific financial services, AI financial services, we're not into that area yet. Mainly service robots to help customers at the branches to make sure they're safe and also they're informed. This is what we're focusing in terms of banking clients.
Okay, super. So I think we have got another question from Facebook. Okay, so Eric, for your information, we are actually doing live session with multiple different platforms. So I'm getting questions from a lot of different platforms. In any case, so it is an interesting question, although it's a common one. So someone is asking, I think his name is Sagnik, he's asking, do you feel that robots will take job of human? What is the future?
Well, this is a very very interesting question that I always get people asking me. because for security robots, it will definitely take over a lot of jobs from the current job market. As a security guard, the robots can do a much better job to find strange behaviors. They can also stop people to do certain things because they can read their behavior, their emotions, and inform the real police to come when the situation is very severe, and also to inform the actual security guards to arrive. But eventually, if you want to stop a crime, you will need a real person. I mean, the security robot right now only to discover and also to see if there's any crime in the early stage. To have a robot actually start physically stopping a crime, obviously we're still not at that stage, but eventually we will be too. For robots taking over humans' job, what's going to happen is eventually human being will do less certain jobs, and they will enjoy more time with their family. And that's all I can see at this moment. But robots can never really replace human being because we are more sophisticated and we're more dedicated than robots. But it is eventually, I think what's going to happen, people will work less hours a day and work less days a week. Enjoy life more, just like before people have to work 6 days. Now most people only work 5 days, and eventually it will be 3 days. Maybe you have to work. It's already happening in Germany, I think. Some part of Germany you only work 4 days a week. So people will work less, enjoy life more, and let the robot do all the dirty works. So that's not a very bad scenario, right?
Super scenario. Okay, so we have got another question. Do you think we can decrease corruption from places by using robots? Because I think unlike humans, robots will not have any profit.
You cannot bribe a robot? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, probably that's what the question is. So probably that will decrease the corruption level. Probably that's the question.
Yes, I mean robots are more does not have this kind of humans sort of we all have this problem about emotions, because sometimes you take bribery. It's not because of anything else, because you have certain emotions when in the hospital, when the people have no money to get in, but they're poor, but they do have to be treated. And in that situation, robot will not let such patient to get in, right? But as a real human, you will, because it's a very sad moment right now in the world. You do need to have emotion to care, to love, and in that sense, robot does not have that. That's why you still need a human to be at these certain positions. It's not because you want to get a bribe or not. It's we're humans. We have emotions. We do have these kind of senses that the robots will never have. And maybe one day the robots will, like Astro Boy, one day will feel sad, will feel sort of kindness or certain other emotions. But nowadays they still not at that stage yet. The human's emotions still very important in certain areas of our life.
Okay, so
and
we have
I think that.
Yeah, we have another question, Eric. Sorry. There's a blast of questions for you, honestly speaking. So, hi, Eric. How about HI and EI, SI in robots in future? HI is human intelligence, EI is emotional intelligence, and SI is social intelligence. Probably you have answered that, but would you like to answer it again?
Well, again, we're in the different stages right now, and we are actually at a very realistic situation to fight against this pandemic. So this is what we're focusing right now. This is a very big question you just asked, and again, I touched some of the surfaces of these questions, but mainly in this difficult time, we are trying to use robots in the most economical way to help people as soon as possible in their lives, because the robots can also do a lot of works in the family now, as you know. I think a lot of people already have a cleaning robot at home to clean their homes and mop their floors and so on. And now people have robots in their kitchen to make. There's robots actually making coffee now. I don't know if you see these coffee makers makes all kinds of fancy coffee, and also make nice pastries and the bakery products. So we do step by step getting close to a world will be full of robots, and we will be living in the middle of it, and we can start feeling them. Even as you can see many robots in Japan now, they have a very interesting senses that will help lonely people to have emotional dialogue with lonely guys and ladies. I mean, you can see these robots will come out very soon, and they will learn your behavior. They will learn your emotion, and they will communicate with you and become part of your life. And this is already happening. The end of fall, the end of April in Japan, there's a show. People can have a display of these interesting robots. Some will have even, this is already happening in China, because there's a lot of doll houses. There's interesting robotic dolls. They look very beautiful, and they have interesting voices that can give you emotional feelings and also give you interesting experiences, if you know what I mean. These places, I don't know, other parts of the world, in China is already implementing these doll houses for lonely people, not just only for lonely guys, also for lonely ladies, to have an intimate moment. So robots are going into your life in every way, and you will more and more feel it, especially during the pandemic times. People are locked in their rooms. They cannot do many things, and then they start implementing some other alternatives. And the robots are become one of these alternatives to come into your life, to have a personal relationship with you, and eventually permanently staying with you.
Super.
There's a very interesting subject I don't want to explore, but I think you know what I mean.
Yes. Okay. So Mr. Kaiser is asking you that, can you still pull the plug on robots?
What do you mean pull the plug? Stop it?
Kaiser, you can probably turn on your mic and camera.
Eric, just coming from the movies we've been watching decades ago. So you were talking about the robots, and someone asked whether they're going to take over jobs, but humanity. So you still have that control, or you don't have it anymore? That's the question. I think you answered it subsequently when you said they don't have any emotions. So if there's no emotions, they'll probably let you pull the plug. But once they
But
have the emotions, they'll
eventually they
probably stop you.
will. They will have emotions. They already have explored that area. I think more and more you will have people will become partly robots as well. There's Sims already developed for human brain to install, and also the technology is already developing that direction. So we're all going to be part robots ourselves. So it's very hard to define a robot and a human in the future, because we will interact. We all become partially robots, and the robots will partially human.
All the more we need a plug to pull.
Super line, Eric. And you know what, the other panelists and all the audience, for you guys, let me give you an insight what Eric is trying to say. It's true. If you look at us human beings, more and more we are inclined towards all those new sophisticated software-based hardware which we are using. Be that your smartphone, be that your augmented reality glass, is it your maybe your smartwatch, or probably the Bluetooth enable connection system which can actually connect with your home, probably the IoT device that you have that you are using, and the kind of devices that you're using in daily life, like your payment gateway, everything. So if you look at us as a human being, we have a human brain, a neural system, but we are using machines to make our job done and make it easy. But at the same time, if you look at, on the other hand, for robots, they are probably being utilized by us, and eventually we'll have the emotion. So probably in near future, we'll have a challenge to differentiate between an android, a robot, and a human being. Interesting. Thank you so much, Eric, for all your insights. So we have another panelist, Isabella. Isabella, I can see you. You are smiling, saying hi. Could you please turn off on your mic? Super.
Hi, Arjit. Nice to see you
Hello.
again. And really, it's for me, honor and pleasure stay with you. And thank you very much for this invitation, special invitation. I know I don't speak so good technical English. I was preparing for Spanish presentation, but I don't know if it's possible too.
Okay, yes, we can always have some good Spanish. That's not a problem. But
thank you.
For all the audience, because I can see a lot of people are English speaking, and I can see that I've got another amazing speaker for the next, after you, he will be speaking, Mr. Muhammad Al-Rashidi. So he is there as well. So for the sake of all those people who actually speak English, you can go on in Spanish and maybe give us some opportunity to probably, translate it into English. Probably if you can, allow us to do that, or maybe if you can do that. So Isabella is from Spain. Let me give you a small background about her, what she does. She's an entrepreneur. She has been doing her work for quite a long time, traveling across the world. And trust me, she is traveling across the world. And she is mainly from the alternative payment system. She is from the crypto world, doing a lot of business with the cryptocurrency as well as the smart banking system. The reason she is speaking today, because if you look at the line of speakers, we have started with leadership, then we went towards the smart banking and open banking, and then we have AI and robots by Eric, and then we have the cryptocurrency. We are already talking about cryptocurrency. So she'll be giving us a little bit of insights about the cryptocurrency that she is dealing with. And then we have amazing speaker from Kuwait. He'll be giving us all those insights regarding blockchain and alternative payments. So looking forward to your speech, Isabella. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Arijit. Good afternoon. I don't know. It's for me. It's 5 in the morning AM, but I'm really so happy to stay here with you. And I try to. I prefer. Obviously, I prefer speak Spanish. I know that so many people speak English in this conference, and maybe I don't know if it's okay because it's my English not so technical, so good that why I
just be with the flow, Isabella. Just speak in Spanish.
Okay.
Don't worry.
I want to speak today about the present of the crypto economy. Buenos días y buenas tardes a todos. If I can speak Spanish, but thank you very much. Buenos días a todos. Soy Isabela Osowska, vivo en España, aunque nací en Polonia, y me dedico a negocios de criptoeconomía desde hace unos cuantos años. La verdad que es una pasión para mí, tanto criptoeconomía y blockchain. Y hace tan solo unos años era imposible imaginarse todo lo que pasaría ahora mismo a nivel mundial. Lo que hemos pensado que solamente era crisis financiera, nos dimos cuenta que el mundo nunca volvería a ser igual. Porque COVID lo que nos ha hecho precisamente es cambiar nuestros hábitos por siempre. No solamente desplazamientos, no solamente forma de trabajar online, pero también forma de pagos. Con las siguientes presentaciones de diferentes conferencistas, los siguientes panelistas, se va a ver más información sobre la agricultura, sobre tecnología, sobre blockchain aplicado a diferentes ámbitos también industriales. Nuevas tecnologías como Internet of Things, Machine Learning y sobre todo la revolución industrial de blockchain y smart contracts a todos los niveles nos ha hecho ver cosas de más perspectiva. Si alguien pensó que los cambios eran solamente relacionados con el mundo de criptomonedas, I have full session.
You continue.
Thank you. Solamente con el mundo de criptomonedas, ahora cada día más nos damos cuenta que sirve para muchas cosas, desarrollo tecnológico, desarrollo de agricultura, transporte y otras aplicaciones. Y algunos de ejemplos que me gustaría dar de estas aplicaciones en esta nueva actualidad sería, por ejemplo, para uno de los ejemplos, para compra-venta de entradas para los eventos donde el propietario recibe una clave privada que es un hash de los datos de la dirección y esa clave podría utilizar para desbloquear la dirección. Y el comprador podía probar o confirmar que el artículo es realmente suyo, sin tener que consultar con el lugar de evento. Y si decidiría vender su entrada, se le asignaría otra nueva dirección y el nuevo propietario también podría obtener una nueva clave privada. Y la nueva dirección se agregaría al bloque de cadenas de blockchain. Como ya sabéis, el blockchain es cadena de bloques totalmente transparente, inalterable. Así que esta es nuestra seguridad, que los datos que almacenamos precisamente no se pierdan y siempre van a ser en consenso con todos.
Okay, Isabella, I need a small favor from you. You are great and amazing in Spanish. Could you please translate? Could you please translate a little bit for us? Please.
I try.
If you do that, next time when we meet next time, like the last time I offered the whiskey, this time I'll be offering you great wine. So
Okay.
yeah, over to you.
Thank you. Some little bit in English. I tried, okay?
Sure.
Just a few years ago, it was impossible to imagine all what happened right now and worldwide. The change is amazing. And those of us who thought that was only the financial crisis realized that the world will never be the same. I think that we all agree that it's so many changes in the world right now about the technology, and COVID-19 has made us change our habits forever. That is not only about the crisis, financial crisis, it's about the habits, about the moving around, working online, and above all making payments, everything. With the following presentation of different speakers that you say, we have more details about the agriculture, technology, machine learning, etc., etc. That it's a really great place to speak about the technology. And the introduction of new technology from Internet of Things, machine learning, and above all, the industrial revolution with the blockchain and smart contracts at all levels has made us see things with more perspective. I think it's not new, but so many companies and so many people, they don't know really what happened still. And if someone thought that the changes were only related to the crypto world, now every day we will say that it serves for much more: technological development, agriculture, transport, everything. And some examples for application of this new era world be, for example, for the purchase or sell tickets for events where the owner receives a private key that is a hash of the address data, that the key could be used to unlock the address. And if you decide to sell your ticket, you will be assigned a new address, and the new owner will get a new private key. And the new address is added to blockchain, that we know that it's the chain of transparency and the information that we can't change. We must use community. And for example, the second example is in financial market transaction. We are made very quickly, but really in reality, the exchange of asset and payment can take much longer, involving multiple banks or procedures, delays, possible errors, or additional cost, obviously, and this can mean unnecessary risk. And for example, NASDAQ use the blockchain technology in the stock market, one of the largest in the world. That is another obvious sample. A third sample can be, for example, the complete traceability of the consumption or logistic chain. In Spain, we have a sample for the Carrefour case. I don't know if you know the supermarket. It's big, big case. Another, for example, is blockchain can track commercial transaction and can contain and protect confidential information. And for example, identification documents traditionally used by the governments, and identification used through blockchain can be more secure for us and for everybody. Change, or if the international identification blocks accessible anywhere in the world, allows the people to prove their identity, connect with family members, for example, or and even receive money without a bank account, because you know that so many people, they don't have really the bank account still. Another sample can be fingerprint scanning for identification of the people and property. It is how the world changed in few years ago, that it was impossible to think about this. I think we have some top 7 blockchain business models. For example, token economy, software-based products from blockchain, charge for network tariffs, blockchain as service, and an ecosystem for other companies to prosper and use the technology, development platforms, and professional services, application, consulting, and auditing. And for example, for peer-to-peer business model too, that we have possibility to use really all the new for so many people, but not new for us, this technology to have more transparency and more application, and just like this case, for example, and to create the new paradigm where we are all equal, that we can do all this thanks to blockchain technology, and thus be able to safeguard all data. I don't know if you can understand my English. And
you are completely amazing.
No, I tried. It's better for me to translate you that speak, but that is the second thing.
You're doing amazing. Come on. Yeah.
No. And in this community, each of the participants, regardless of whether in the large company or the individual, that is the two things, the companies, biggest companies, it doesn't matter that it's only the one person, that we must be able to count on the concession of the rest, analyzing whatever are not the transaction inconsistent with these business rules. Yeah, we understand. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is more information that maybe I can speak about this, because one moment, that I have some words that I want to translate, and right now I can do it. One moment, please. Here. Okay. that we go. What about the, for example, the impact of cryptocurrency in the new world economy? It's more than obvious that we change the world with this technology. And one moment, because I have some words that I must to translate. One moment, please.
Sure.
And no, it's not here. And because I want to talk about the not only about the blockchain, but I want to talk about the crypto economy and about the Bitcoin too. What is the impact in the market? One moment. And yeah, let's go. Yeah, I have one moment. I'm ready. About the cryptoeconomics. It's a new way of thinking and developing economic mechanism by applying cryptographic techniques and technological tools. And cryptoeconomics combines economy theory and technological theories of network or computer science, which all of the creation of new technological tools based on blockchain. And cryptoeconomics, it's here to stay. And in a few months, administration companies or professional and individuals people, we have to adapt and use it. What is of the it's the impact of cryptocurrency in the world economy. It's more than obvious that any financial system, however consolidated, and maybe it's always going to undergo change over the years, mainly because certain situations always occur that can make the economy turn around quickly. It was precisely when the crisis broke out in 2008 that we were able to experience something similar, and that's why the famous cryptocurrencies appeared specifically the Bitcoin, that you know about the Bitcoin. It's 2009, that opened the doors to a world that was completely unknown to us until few years ago. It was then presented as alternative to the traditional currencies, which had been devalued quite a bit due to financial crisis. And a new digital system was beginning to expand, which could safeguard our capital and not be affected by the consequences of this very serious situation. With the arrival of the Bitcoin and later other cryptocurrencies, the world economy began to change. Really, we talk about only 10 years, and today the digital currencies are putting a strain on traditional currencies that is impacting on the global financial system and presenting themselves as the possible currencies of the future. Why can cryptocurrencies shake the foundation of the world economy? As we all know, cryptocurrencies has been presented as a perfect alternative to traditional currencies. And the main reason why digital currencies are becoming increasingly popular is because they're within the decentralized system whose activity is not regulated but a public body. And this is the most important difference with traditional currencies, as the value of this will always be determined by some financial institution. But what happened in times of crisis? Basically, what we have experienced over the last few years, the cryptocurrency of the different countries were devalued. Some even fell in value, and consequently our capital on investment also lost their corresponding value. And with this scenario, cryptocurrencies offered a fantastic alternative. The value of them was totally unrelated to any bank or their move on the basic on supply on demand. And virtual coins depend of themselves and on the users, that they are a bank, but themselves and the money they have can be moved at will according to the transaction they want to make at any given time. Those little by little cryptocurrency made their way into society, and today many users make use of the cryptocurrency to mine their own capital and to avoid possible setback that may arise within the world economic system. And apart from all this, it must be also taken into account that cryptocurrencies have multiple benefits over traditional currencies. Amongst other things, it should be highlighted that wherever we are going to make any type of transaction with digital currency, we can do it directly to our receiver thanks to peer-to-peer system. That means that we are not subject to any kind of commission with this banks usually do in order to carry our transfer. Therefore, with this digital currency, we will not need it any kind of intermediary, which make it easier to carry out any movement. And for this reason, it's clear that cryptocurrency have caused a great impact within the world economy by putting a straight on traditional currency and the established system. And Bitcoin present in the market, although they have mentioned it in the impact of cryptocurrency in general within the world economy, it must be said that this would not have happened without the appearance of the digital currency par excellence. We refer to exactly to the Bitcoin, and it was the first to be created to offer an alternative to the traditional currency, which at the time were not going through a good time. And Bitcoin has gradually become more powerful and now has a large number of users who use it to carry out the exchanges. Moreover, many companies have now included Bitcoin as a new payment method, and the multinational Microsoft, it's one of the best known companies that offer the service. I don't know if I have more time or
you have all the time.
Thank you. And that is the most important thing, that was just like alternative that because the real situations, it's not real to say that in the future we have more protagonism with the blockchain, with the technology, with virtual cryptocurrency, that it's just like alternative for our right now reality.
Super. So Isabella, we have a question from Mr. Kaiser Nassim. When would we start seeing cryptocurrencies being used as a currency more than an asset class for investment?
I think really very soon, really very soon, because we can see in different markets that for example, the Libra or the US or the traditional money, it's go down. For example, so many people that they they have right now for 2021, they don't know really what happened with, for example, with Wall Street, or what happened with traditional money, how it's fluid in the price. And I think it's really good alternative for everyone to include in every company the cryptocurrency, because it's more faster and it's really cheap to send it. That it's, I think it's right now it's good time to think about it.
Right. What is your opinion about buying assets with crypto? And I have a second question for you. When you look at so-called newcomers in the market who are coming up with their own wallet system in the entire world, like they're saying that you exchange in our wallet, and we have so many, lucrative options for you. And we can see a lot of scams are happening around the world. Yeah. So your comments on that. Your comments on that. You're not audible somehow, Isabella.
It's working right now. What asset, for example?
Well, real estate assets. For an example, if somebody is asking you, okay, fine, you have a crypto-based management system, and you buy a real estate asset with your cryptocurrency.
I think I was talking with, for example, Russian people or Spanish real estate companies, and they open really to use the cryptocurrency, but the problem is how the legal part can be, how we make the taxes wherever that it's not too easy to find some lawyer, for example, for crypto world that can explain how we make these taxes or how we can make the transactions. But I think it's obviously that we make in every market, we can use already for real estate, every cryptocurrency. I talk about the Bitcoin probably more than another cryptocurrency, or because the Ethereum we use for smart contracts, and then obviously we talk about the Bitcoin.
So Isabella, you have been actually in this crypto world for quite a long time, probably from the very beginning of Bitcoin, and you have been doing a lot.
No, I find the Bitcoin at $490. That was amazing, because what's this? For what I can use it? And I was thinking, yeah, what this it's what is
this crypto? Yeah.
It's exactly what I can buy. I can go to shopping in Madrid or every city, and I can buy something that everyone told me, no, you can't buy nothing. And why this $490? And I was waiting to go down. I still waiting. Mm-hmm. It's never happened,
So it never happened till date. Probably the future is coming. And of course, so if we have any other questions, we'll be more than happy to ask to Isabella. If not, probably we'll move to our next speaker. So I'll give 1 or 2 minutes to grab the questions from all the social media. Give me a moment, Isabella. We are getting a couple of things. It's being done from some chat box, from personal chat box. Oh yeah. So we have a question. So we have a question, which is, do you feel that the next level of robots probably can be integrated with cryptocurrency based, information based payment gateway? Let me define that question. It was, unstructured one. So the question is,
robot?
Yeah. So the question is, can you integrate any kind of payment system inside automated robotic machines, which is using cryptocurrency as a payment mechanism? Probably that's the question.
Yeah, probably yes. I think it's possible right now for any robots that you might the payment robots that I think it's
Yeah.
about the question. I think right now it's possible.
Okay, super.
Yeah. We have some collaboration with big companies, the technological, the machine learning, Internet of Things, or payment companies. They make it right now possible, because if I think about this, 2 years ago, so many companies, for example, the digitalization system, that they told me, no, we must wait for a few years, maybe we can try to do something. But right now with COVID-19, right now it's so accelerated everything, that right now everything, I think it's possible, because every company know exactly that we need it, but it's not for tomorrow, it's for today.
Great. Thank you, Isabella, for your all the insights, and it was amazing. It was great English. Thank you so much.
No. The next one is always better.
Super. So yeah, so we have our next speaker with us, Mr. Mohammad Shah Al Rashidi. He is a futurist, a disruptor, an innovator, and a mixer of next tech on data, blockchain, of course, on DeFi, AI and robotics, IoT, and of course, he's a founder. Let me give you a brief details about Mr. Mohammed. He's a founder of multiple ventures in telecom, M-content, M-health, M-tourism, M-education, M-government, and fintech. So all his ventures are actually addressed under his group of companies, One Global. Mr. Mohammad Shah Al Rashidi, my brother, welcome to World Leaders Summit as one of the key speaker on blockchain and new technology. Could you please turn on your, oh my God, we can see you. Inshallah, wallah.
Thank you, Aljit. Thank you. Thank you, Isabella. Thank you, Kaisar. I didn't attend the Eric presentation, but I believe it was great. Robots are great, because we need robots later for blockchain. So the backbone actually of robots is going to be the blockchain.
Right.
So today we are having a very interesting topic that we've been talking about. I have some slides, very simple slides that I will share with you, but I will give you a brief about myself. I'm Mohammad Rashidi. I'm from Kuwait. I'm a computer engineer. Started back in 2004 my startup. Now it's more mature in the digital transformation. So we started too earlier than the others. Also about myself, in my graduation, I studied my graduation project from the computer engineering. It was in the distributed computing and parallel computing, which is the essence of how blockchain works. Also, I have a patent in the cryptography, and cryptism is also part of the blockchain. One Global, as a company, the digital transformation company, started back in 2004. It's more into digital transformation and innovation, and one of the key areas that we are working in is the fintech. We are having the CFI, which is the centralized finance, that is running today under the umbrella of the central banks, and the quad system that everybody knows, the processors and the banks, financial institutions, last mile service providers, and the DeFi, which is the one that we're going to talk about, and how this decentralized finance is impacting. Today, it's a huge topic, it's a huge domain, but we're going to focus about the capital market. But I will take you through the process. There are many audience, I believe, maybe not aware about blockchain as a technology. They are aware about Bitcoin, the cryptocurrencies that has been now reaching back to the higher values since the last couple of months. And knowing the blockchain and tokenization, I believe they will be getting excited more than whatever is happening today with the Ether and Ripple and whatever other currencies, Bitcoin. So I'm gonna share my screen. Is everybody seeing?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hide my face so you can focus. And I'm gonna do the presentation mode over here. It's not opening. Why? Okay, perfect. So that's my email. If you have any questions or if you wanna connect offline. So as I said, One Global is a digital transformation and innovation company. We are specialized in the fintech and between CFI and DeFi. We do have, we built two ecosystems in the CFI, and it's fully regulated by central banks in our region. And we already in a process to certify our DeFi platform from Switzerland. That is gonna talk about the assets. So we just talked about in my video, I believe the ones that heard my video, we were talking about the research and reports talking about a very huge number of tokenized assets going to be by 2027. We're talking about 14.2 trillion. And this is very important to know. We are talking tokenized. What is the meaning of tokenization? And how tokenization works. So in order to talk about tokenization, the tokenization actually happening inside the blockchain. And so what is the blockchain? So I thought that it's better to start with the blockchain. What is the blockchain? And then from there, we dive slowly into the final process where the actual asset and treatment of assets inside the global markets, how it's going to be currently, how it's been done, and how it's going to be done in the future. So basically, blockchain, it's like a structure of a data. How you structure the data inside an ecosystem. So today we have the database that is either with the, you know, this SQL, no SQL, either it's a document or it's structured by columns and rows. In the blockchain, it's different. It's blocks. And the beauty about these blocks are attached to each other by the cryptography, which is since the starting of the blockchain with the Genesis block, the keys being using the previous keys and creating another key. So that's make it very strong to be breakable. Also, the beauty about it, these blocks being done in a process, they call it the consensus process. And this consensus is a mutual agreement across all the nodes that works with this. Because it is completely decentralized and distributed, there are hosts actually that are managing the actual process of adding a new block into the chain. So it's a blockchain because every block, it represents your data, either your money or the transactions that is being done. And every block to add it to the chain, which is the previous blocks. That's why it came blockchain. So this is basically, so we are talking about immutable, we are talking about transparency, very efficient because, you know, it's distributed. You don't have any center of point of failure. It's very efficient. You use the smart contracts inside the blockchain to program your actions and validations that you use during the process of tokenization later. But smart contract simply, it's a rules. It's a set of rules that runs in all nodes at the same time and conduct a certain validation or do a certain command or condition. So the very known application, first very known application on the blockchain is the Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is not the blockchain. Bitcoin is just an application, one of the blockchain innovations. And the same thing happened with Ether and other cryptocurrencies that you are hearing of nowadays. And the biggest one we are going to talk about is the Ethereum network, because all tokenizations today happening over the Ethereum network. So that's the process that I just explained. This is a simple Bitcoin send, how it goes. It's populated across all the hosts. And if every host is going to do what they call the mining process, the proof of work by contributing into the network, their computation, their energy, internet, to do the mathematical computational, to build the cryptography that will attach your block into the end of the chain. So that's basically the same process that we've been talking. It's happening with every protocol uses blockchain, because blockchain, there is a bigger than blockchain. It's the DLT, distributed ledger technology. The DLT is the actual technology behind blockchain, and DAG, where IOTA is using DAG. So there are other structures. It's not always blockchain, but whatever known today nowadays is Ethereum using the blockchain, which is the same structure we talked about. DAG is using a different structure, and the biggest protocol is called IOTA, is using it nowadays. So as we said, we talked about blockchain, how the blocks being added into your data, your values being added into the end of the chain that is currently started since 2008. So we talked about a smart contract that is certain rules. It's a programmable that you predefine in order to have a purpose to conduct either a validation or certain condition. That process that we need to get our assets into the format of the smart contract is called tokenization. So you remember digitization. So talking about digitization, it's just getting the digital representation of an actual document. So it's static. So you store it in a database. You don't need any kind of fees to do that, unless if you are doing that with a third party. But if you own it, you don't need to do this. So in the tokenization, the digital representation is happening actually in a format of a smart contract. So the smart contract actually is the key tool to do tokenization. And to tokenize means you generate tokens out from the asset. And that happens in a very programmable way. There is a certain programming languages, different than the ones you know, that every protocol is using in order to do that smart contract. And basically you can contract anybody to do it for you if you don't know what to do. It's very dynamic, programmable, stored in the blockchain, executable. You can do with it whatever you would like to do. It's very open, and it's enhanced. Now you can do a lot with the smart contracts. It's not like just basics before. And in order to do that, you need to have, in certain protocols, like if you talk about Hyperledger, Fabric, there is a chain code over there. You don't need token to do the smart contract execution. But in Ethereum, you need to have something called gas, which is a kind of fees in order to use the smart contract and execute it in the Ethereum. When we talk about asset tokenization, so asset is an asset. So whatever assets you are owning today, like the gold or a stock, if you have a stock, this is an asset. Real estate, fine arts, whatever you are having as an asset, this is going into, as we mentioned, the smart contract, the digital representation, programmable with all the conditions and with all your data as well. So the holder of that asset is also included in that token. And these tokens being stored into a wallet. So, and this is how the process goes. So all these assets that we talked about is going into the smart contract, as you see on the right diagram. And from that, it goes to a wallet. And this wallet is the crypto wallet, where it points inside the blockchain into the block that stores the value about this asset. Is it the number of tokens, or it is the amount of cryptocurrencies? It's the transaction. It depends on the data that's inside that block. And this wallet is gonna be issued either by yourself directly from any blockchain platform on the web, or by an issuer if it is institutional. And this is the way that is representing the issuers. Today they do, if we talk about financial securities, so they create the asset, which is the class, for example, of real estate. They create shares out of it by the known process, the legal process, where you have it inside an SPV, and from this SPV you get shares, and you sell those shares to the investors. The same process is going to be done in a very efficient way using the smart contract to tokenize it and generate out of it tokens. Either you can have the holistic asset as single token, or you can subdivide that into many tokens, which they call it the fractional. And with that, you are going into totally different dimension, where you resolve a lot of issues that nowadays they are facing. We'll talk about this later. So this is the basic way that today you do. So you go to stock market, either online or physically. You need to find for you a broker to sign up with, and all the deals that you would like to do, you can do via the broker. You cannot do it directly yourself. So it's very regulated. This brokerage and financial intermediary network is available inside the market or online. It happens in a domestic way. So it depends on the way you would like. So you have to go to another broker in order to do something global. There is no fraction, so you cannot split your share. For example, if you own Apple share, you cannot go and split it yourself and sell part of it. So you cannot go fractions with that. It's inefficient, very high cost, and there are a lot of limited strategies. And this is talking about the derivatives and talking about a lot of tools, financial instrument tools that you can use in order to make more money and gain out from this asset. You just hold the stock and keep it at your home sale box, and that's it. This is what you are having today. And these are the challenges that you are facing today in this current system. As I said, you would like to subdivide this. You cannot go into fractions. If you have a real estate, you cannot cut your real estate into parts and you sell it. If you have a gold, you cannot cut your gold. You have to holistically sell it. And swapping, that's amazing, actually. If you have a real estate and I have a gold and I would like to give you my gold and you give me your real estate, but I don't want to give you my whole gold. I just would give you some part, and you need to give me some part of your real estate. So how this happens today? The only thing is that you have to give me an equity. But in the tokenization is the simplest way is that just exchanging of tokens. Everything being tokenized, it's just a token swap. You can sell anytime. You don't need to go to over the counter to the certain issuer and sell your asset there, and they have to go and find for you a buyer. So this is going to be done in a very simple way via the network. So what is happening in the DeFi today, it's going really in a very, I don't want to say chaos, but it is unsecure. There are a lot of risks on that because there is no KYC. You just have your ledger, which is the hardware wallet, mounted, and then you transfer. to anybody the tokens that you are having. As simple as that. Or you have a soft wallet that you log in with, and that's it. You conduct the transfers. So it's a wallet-to-wallet transfer, as you can see, between the sellers and the buyers without knowing each other and without verifying them, actually. It's global. So now, Arijit sitting in India, I'm sitting in Kuwait, both of us, just we go to the service provider that will offer the service, or we go directly to the Ethereum blockchain if we are a bit nerd and we don't have a problem with the look and feel, and we just use our wallet. We'll transfer both of us. He can transfer gold for me, I can transfer real estate for him.
Yep.
As simple as that. It costs very less. It's just paying the gas of this. There's no financial intermediary. You can do tokenization. You can do out of it splitting. You can split your token. I will send you partially out of that. And this is very interesting, actually, tool and mechanism that will change the face of the global markets. Because now you don't sell everything yourself. The holistic, you can keep some, you can stake some, like treasure some, you can have some inside the strategies, investment strategies. So you can play with your assets that you are having or portfolio with many ways to gain capital, which they call them the yield farmers. As I said, investment strategies, you have a lot of strategies. Very important is the process underneath that, the clearance, settlement. You don't need this company that do that today in the stock market. So the clearing house is not anymore needed because everything is being embedded within the same transaction, within the same smart contract. It's atomically happening that you are buying, clearance and settlements, and even the change of ownership. And this is where we talk here about the next generation. And this is what One Global already started in, that how we gonna come very closer to that C5, very regulated, restricted market domestically happening, and the DeFi, which is open and no limits at all. How to come very closer into the middle way where you try to please your regulators, and at the same time you enjoying the potential of the DeFi. And that can be done with having this process of onboarding a process where you do a complete digital KYC, you run all the sanction lists like the CFT, OFAC, PEP, AML, all these being automated. So you can run them all in a real-time fashion. And then you digitize the assets that you are having. So whatever documents you are having represent your asset, either the title deeds or the financial securities or whatever assets that you are having, you get it into a digital format. Then after that, you generate the tokens out of that and store it in your token wallet. And with that, you can be ready to go to a very simple matchmaking marketplace where you will put your proposal and you get the bids out of that from everyone would be interested in your asset. Or you go to on the same trading platform, you have the swapping where I don't want to sell, I just want to swap it with a different, from gold, for example, to real estate or to commodities. I can do that as well in a very simple way. And at the end, you manage a registrar where on the blockchain, but it's accessible to the regulators where they can see the ownership change. And if you go off the chain and you would like to sell your tokenized asset, you will not sell it because the regulators sees the ownership management database where all the change in ownership that happened inside the trading platform being already clearer and visible for them. So you cannot sell me real estate in the blockchain and you go in the physical world and you sell it to somebody else. So this is going to be prevented. And I believe this is the biggest question nowadays is running, how to protect people that sold their assets or fraction of their assets inside the tokenized or decentralized exchanges and go in the physical world and sell it via a broker to someone else. So this is at a glance the process, how it's happening. And here is the stages that we talked about. So conducting the KYC, knowing in the DeFi, you can do everything without any data viewing. So you don't do view data. You can just ask commands. Are you above that edge? Do you have that number? Are you a professional investor? Are you? It's questions, and this is what they call it the zero knowledge proof. I'm just getting the answers, and based on these answers, I'm taking the action. So the trading, we said it's very simple. It's happening in a very secure way, very automated way, and in the matchmaking. Then the post trading is the also automated clearance and settlement and change of ownership of that asset. And the custody is where all these tokens being stored, and we said this is the wallet. So with the custody, you are having an interesting structure, which is hierarchical structure for your accounting. Depends on the actual currency. Either you can go to fiat or crypto. Both can be hybrid in the same custody, and you can monitor and you can do whatever financial accounting activities on it by just using the addresses inside that wallet. So this is basically what I would like to give at a glance about this. I don't want to give something very complex. At the same time, I don't want to give something big. And I'm happy to receive your questions.
Beautiful presentation. Super, super. It's like totally informative and starting from the scratch with all those basic info and becoming really, really informative about the blockchain world as well as the crypto world. So I've got a question from Mr. Kaiser. So he's asking you that how do you pay for a token when you invest in? Is it with one of the cryptos or debit to your bank account? How do you do that?
Okay, very interesting question. This will lead us to a stage I might skip because of the time, but very good, the question, because I would like to talk about it. Tokens today, there are two sources for it. So as I mentioned, you need to pay gas, which is the fees. And these fees actually happening in a token that has been classified inside regulators called utility token. So the tokens being classified inside regulators into three categories. One is called utility, where you use it to pay within the system. You don't go and use it outside the system. And there is the security token. And that security token, it represents an equity inside the platform that you are using. So like a share, the company shares. And the third one is the asset-backed token. And that asset-backed token is the one that I was talking, where it has, this is the one that represents the capital market, where you have a fraction of assets or the holistic asset being generated in single token or multiple tokens using the tokenization. Now, from where you get these tokens, there are two ways. Either you buy it during the ICO, which is the initial coin offering. It's a process similar to the IPO, but with the tokens. After it's been, the platform is, or the protocol been ready, they issue token sales campaign, and everybody is buying that token at the early stage because its value is going to be at a bar value to be used within the platform if it is utility, and it will gain its value later from the supply and demand and the attractiveness of the platform services. Or you go to an exchange that already selling like Binance or Coinbase or Kraken, and you buy it from there. So with these tokens, when you buy them, store them in your wallet, you can go and pay your fees with the token. So back to the question, you pay with fiat or crypto. You will pay either with both. There are some services that can offer you both. But when you are paying with the fiat, actually it's not going fiat all the way. The fiat is being exchanged into the platform utility token. And from there, you need to execute. So first you will buy the utility tokens using fiat, using your credit card. And then afterwards, you will be having the wallet with this platform token that's gonna be used as fees to do the tokenization or the listing or the trading or whatever activities you would like to do.
Super information. And as per our understanding, if we look very deep into the blockchain technology, there are a lot of things are happening in health tech sector, utilizing the blockchain from the very basis. And then we are watching that blockchain is being used as a technology solution provider into a lot of countries. For an example, Estonia is one of the country where total blockchain technology is being used to run the whole country from the government level towards the private level. So there's a question for you, like what do you see? What is the future? Do you feel that the whole blockchain technology will take over the world and will have to probably move our all assets towards those blockchain based enabled payment systems, or what is your thought process?
Actually, it's a very interesting question. It's a very good question. What is happening, it depends on the way the country regulation is gonna extend their ruling book to accommodate more and more from the features and functionality of the blockchain. Estonia is very interesting. Lithuania, Estonia, Switzerland, Malta, Singapore, Bahrain in Middle East, UAE now. There are ASCA and which is for the commodities. You are having also ADGM, you are having the IFC. All of them are running programs to enable some activities of the blockchain, but mainly in finance. In healthcare, it's very sensitive, but actually it's more powerful because, as I said, it's fully immutable, cannot change any data. It's traceable, you can trace it, but you don't know the identity. So you don't know who's behind this transaction. So you can go to the distributed ledger, like in the Ethereum, you can scan the Ethereum ledger and you can find any transaction you want. But you don't know this transaction belongs to whom, unless you have the address, the actual address that connected to that. This will require two main components in order to conduct the holistic way and to have the holistic movement into the blockchain. You need to have the open identity. So, and with open identity, I'm talking about a completely decentralized, and you hold your credentials. And with this credential, you can go and contribute it into any protocol to communicate the data that you are having and the credential that you are having to share with the other peer. So your medical records are very sensitive. Today they are kept inside, it's actually scattered. You go to pharmacy, you take some medications for some headaches. You don't want to go to doctor. You go to a doctor, doctor clinic, and you do some lab tests. You go to your hospital and you conduct a surgery. You go to a polyclinic and you have a diet program. So it depends on these scattered medical records. You cannot anymore gather them into a very centralized and solid way. So you need to go into a totally different mechanism to capture your medical records, something like the genome sequencing, to get whatever history you have done in your body, with your body, and all the diseases that you are having. Either you are inheriting it or something that happens because of your habits. then these need to be logged into the blockchain and locked into your wallet that you can share with any doctor globally without a consent from your hospital or a doctor clinic or a polyclinic or whatever. Also, you can have a smart contract that can impose your condition on a certain ingredients of these medications. So it depends on the service. It depends on how powerful the service will be. This, and it depends on the regulation. These two factors is going to encourage people to move into the blockchain, not just to move or not, we don't want to call it blockchain, to the new decentralized world and the decentralized economy and the crypto economy that anticipated to be happening.
Okay, so we have another question like, what is the privacy compliance that's happening in blockchain? Is it true that there are a lot of issues that's coming up in near future?
I just mentioned it. You go and it's a transparent, but at the same time you don't know who owns it. So the privacy is there. Actually, your privacy is with you because it's locked with the keys. The private key that you are owning is the one that owns everything about you. Your credential, your assets, your wealth, your fortune, your medical record, your traffic records, whatever you own is going to be inside your wallet. Either you have a custody that will be offered like a trust from certain third parties. This might be coming in the future, or non-custodial, where you have your own wallet that stores everything inside it. So it depends how you would like to manage the storage of your assets. It's similar like how you are storing your money today. Either you go to the bank, you deposit it there, or you have it under your bed. So it's the same. It's the same thing.
Okay, so there is an interesting question from social media. The question is like, blockchains sometimes can be slow and cumbersome. And when the number of users increase in your network, the transactions take longer to process. So your comments on that?
Yeah, I believe they are talking about Ethereum, because today, if I remember well, it's like 7 transactions per second. But Ethereum 2.0 that has been released this month, you are talking about 100,000 transactions per second. So it's improving because it depends on the scale. And even in the economy, at the beginning, when you started the credit card, to redeem this credit card, you are having these machines, you remember them. You have a carbon copy and you take a copy of it. This is using the credit card. Then when the point of sale started, the credit card ecosystem increased. So accepted more transaction per second. We are talking Visa today doesn't do 100,000 transactions per second. So this improvement in the protocol, and it is not owned by anybody, it's owned by the community. So whatever needed by the community, see, they see the problem like this one of stagnation and dilation of completing a transaction. This is resolved with the new protocols. Today is happening with the proof of work, where you are having everything done by contributing a capacity, computational capacity needed, like energy or processing or memory. The new one is using stake. So proof of stake. And proof of stake is just you own and you stake and you lock certain cryptocurrencies, especially Ether, and then you have the power to validate. As much as you stake, you will be going to validate. And adding those stakes, they will be rewarded back with tokens that they can use again to make interest out of that, like selling it or directly locking it into another protocol or another strategy to make money out of it. So it's exciting and amusing and incentivizing everybody gonna contribute to the proof of stake. And I heard 64,000 already proof of stake node being there deployed. So it's going very fast. So this wouldn't be a problem in a very near future.
Super. Okay. I don't know whether I should keep it like this, but someone is asking that how do you hack blockchain? Rather, I'll put the question in this way that can blockchain be hacked or can you steal money of others? Is there any possibility? Can you just enlighten us?
I believe in the blockchain itself as a technology, no, because as I said, it is since the genesis, the first block. It's been the cryptism is getting very complex every time, but there are many ways to hack. Is the service providers in the middle? So those are the points of hacking. If you are directly connected with your wallet to the chain protocol with your keys, everything, this is the essence, and nothing will happen here. But if you have someone in the middle that will offer you an aggregation, they need to maintain the security as well. So it is the service providers, again, intermediaries that being removed from the blockchain. You need them because they are offering services to facilitate for others that they are not very sophisticated to use such technology. So they need to protect themselves, like exchanges today. So either you go to directly to the platform, the protocol, and you buy from there, you go to an exchange and you buy from it. If this exchange is not well secure, so it's going to be hacked. There are many exchanges, without mentioning names, being hacked already. So this is the way. The second thing is that it's something very sophisticated, but I believe it has two sides, is the quantum.
Yeah.
That's the quantum speed. It can reverse back to the Genesis block and get the entire chain cryptography being broken. But if you use the quantum computing to make it more sophisticated and complex cryptography, forget it. Nobody can break it. So it depends how you would like to use it to increase the security of the cryptography, or to waste your time to decrypt to reach the first Genesis block.
So I have a small question for you. Like we have been hearing a lot about this very term called, which we just mentioned about the quantum technology. And when we look at the quantum technology, uh, are you there? Still there with us?
Yeah, I'm hearing
Okay,
you.
yeah. When you look at the quantum technology, there are a lot of words that's happening that quantum is going to change the way we are looking at the technology evolvement, whether it is robotics, whether it is AI, the ML part of it, or whether it is building the blocks on the top of the quantum technology. So what is this quantum technology? Could you please enlighten us? What is this all about, quantum technology? What is that?
Okay, quantum computing is actually a subset from the quantum mechanics. So whatever being studied in the quantum mechanics, from the actual behavior of the subatoms inside the matter, this is where the features and the values and the services and the potential happens. That's actually the intrinsic value. I will take one example. There is something called superposition. So today in the binary world, which is our current computing way, it's either using the transistor, either a 0 or 1, so on and off. So with the quantum, you don't need to have a 0 and 1. You will have the qua bit where you have 4. It depends on, it's 2 to the power n. It depends on the way you would like to have this qua bit being done, either 0 or 1, or 1 or 0, and 1 and 1, or 0, 0. But what about if it is 0 and 1 at the same time? That's they call the superposition. 0 and 1 at the same time, this means you are conducting two actions at the same time. Imagine today in the map, if I would like to get optimal routing, I have to go one way and calculate and the other way to calculate. What about if I can calculate at the same time all the optimal routes and get it for you? This is the transformation that's going to happen. Things that can happen at the same time, not either 0 or 1. It's the superposition, it's the powerful feature that is going to happen with the speed of quantum. There are others, entanglement where you can predict what is happening from the other side of the node. If you take if you split two atoms and you go one in the moon and one in the earth, if you change the one in the moon and the one in the earth will be, you know what's going to happen to it. So if it is up to the north or south, so the one that is changed, the other one is, it's been very predicted. And this is going to be used later in something interesting like the teleportation, but not for a human. So composing, going into these these subparticles, and transferring them and assemble them again, this will lead us into what is happening in the 3D printing, why 3D printing is coming, and the smart matter, and the nanotechnology. So it's connected. So there are a lot of stuff that's connected. The nanotechnology is running towards knowing what we can do with the new, or how we can find a new matter, very smart and efficient, that I can decompose and compose at the same time, and I can use teleportation to move it. So if you have something like a package, you would like to send it to me, if this is being manufactured and printed, printed with a smart matter, with a 3D printer. I have another 3D printer over here that where I will print it back. So this is the kind of, you hear before he said, I will send you a pizza by email. So this is similar. It's going to be happening because of decomposition and teleportation and assembling again. So deassembling, assembling, this way is going to be exciting. There are a lot of applications that you can look into, especially when you are having a very complex alternatives. Superposition can solve it for you, even in medical. If you would like to see the behavior of the cancer, the mutation of it, and how it is growing inside the body, it's very fast growing and you cannot capture it. So with the quantum, you can predict all the behaviors based on the data that you are having before, and you can track it. And then start injecting whatever you would like to inject to make the healing quick. So there are a lot of stuff that can happen with that. I don't want to talk deep technology. I'm talking a very simple way for people to understand with application. I like to put application to this. Applied applications is going to give you more understanding of how powerful is quantum computing going to be.
And the way you're explaining it, like in a very easy form, so that all people can understand. Really, really super, So we have a lot of questions. I'm really sorry we are bothering you a lot. A lot of questions are there. I need to ask you this. I'm really sorry. So Mr. Marco Giamarelli from Australia, he's asking, how long will blockchain be a mainstream exchange? And he's giving you a greetings and saying that awesome question and answer. Well, how long will blockchain be a mainstream exchange?
As much as it serves us, as much as it's beneficial for us, it's gonna last, because you cannot predict what is happening. It's always a waves. It's a transformational waves. What's gonna happen from application with the quantum and the smart cities and the connected economy with IoTs, it needs to have a very lightweight, connected, decentralized, tokenized, move with the tokens, either with your identity or with your credentials or with your transactions. I believe it's gonna grow as much as the applications being ready. We forget a very good friend for this ecosystem is the AI.
Yeah.
And AI is actually gonna play a big role because it needs the smart contracts. So AI needs the smart contracts to conduct some decisions. So AI is all about understanding your previous behavior and do the cognition to know the prediction of your next behavior. but how can I gonna execute? I need a smart contract. And then how can I arrest you? I need a robot. So it's connected. So with AI, reasoning and decisioning, the base out of that to fetch your data and lock your data is going to be the smart contract using a very simple tool and protocols like the blockchain. Executing that has to be done by IoT, either a drone or a robot or a sensor. So, and getting that into a very powerful speed is the quantum. And so this is the fourth industrial revolution actually is coming in a decentralized way. It's not one thing that you are gonna, it's not like electricity and that's it. No, it's a complete ecosystem that is coming together. Today it's very disconnected, but it's gonna be connected later, where you have the AR and VR is gonna play a role. The AI, the smart matter, the 3D printing, robotics, drones, blockchain, or not blockchain, the decentralized, this DLT, this distributed ledger technology. So you need a ledger end of the day to store all your transactions. It has to be distributed. So that's why it's gonna last as long as I can get my services being done with a very efficient way. I will leave it and I will go to the other way.
Okay. So we have another question from Mustafa. He is asking you, don't you think we will have other type of service providers in other form? Mustafa, could you please explain it? What is the exact question of yours? What kind of service you are talking about? There are multiple service providers in blockchain. There will be a lot of others. Yeah. If you can explain, probably he can give you answer. Yeah, Anuj, you are raising your hand. Please shoot your question. I can see that you're raising your hand. Anuj Sharma from Shimla, from India. He's from Hills, from extreme northern part. Anuj, you're there? Anuj, I think there is a network glitch. He's trying to ask you some question. Let me bring some more question for you from the social media that we are getting. We are flooded with questions for you, my friend. Okay. Can we perform crude operations on blockchain? Wow. Okay.
Crude operation. So
Yeah.
for crude for what? Oil? Can you explain what do you mean by crude? Commodities, yes. Selling the crude oil using blockchain, of course, is the best. Because if you see how commodity supply chain, how many documents is being exchanged during that, and if you have the finance part into it, and you have the bidding that is happening in exchange markets like the futures and future and forward contracts, all of that, when it is tokenized in a smart contract and apply during the process, this is going to be a very simplified process and automated clearing and settlement. And at the end with the IoT, you can verify it is being shipped with these smart containers that are going to reach into at the ends of the warehouses from both parts. So the process itself for selling the crude oil or any commodities, of course, blockchain is going to be perfect for it.
Okay, so we have another question, which is pretty simple, but it's okay. I mean, he's asking about, could you please enlighten us about the 51% attack, and what is the network's mining hash rate or the computing power? Could you please enlighten us?
So the hash rate is the power. It's like a metric for the server, like Ant miners. This is one of the servers. You have, I believe, Python. You have many server types that you use to do the mining for Bitcoin, and the hash rate is how sophisticated and how powerful the speed of making the cryptism and the cryptography to be rewarded and incentivized with these satoshis, the small bits of Bitcoin. So it is a metric that is used to measure how powerful is your machine to conduct mining and get a rewards versus that. That's the hash rate.
Okay. So Anuj, I gave you already the permission to speak. You can speak, like you need to unmute yourself. I have asked you to unmute yourself. We are waiting for you, Anuj. I'm really sorry if your network glitch is happening. And Mr. Mohammed, I'm really sorry if a lot of people are asking about, the question and answer. It was so enlightening, so encouraging, and people are
Wow.
asking. Okay, so I have another question. Like it's a kind of common question. How do you invest in the blockchain 2020, and what is the return of investment security level? How do you ensure, and how do you feel that we should take it forward on an investor level? This is the question I got in a private chat from one of the investor from US.
So it depends on what you would like in the crypto assets itself, like Bitcoin, Ether, Ripple, Litecoins. So it depends on what you would like to do. So this, if you would like to just store your money or you would like to gain out of it, it depends on the investment strategy. But all exchanges today, like Coinbase, Kraken, they are having a DeFi part of it. There are other protocols that outside the exchange, like Uniswap and Compound, and all of them are having services that they are offering for you. If you have a wallet that already having some Ether or some Bitcoin, you can go and use them to gain more money. It depends on your appetite of the risk. Always investors, they calculate their appetite. If your appetite is very high, you can go and test that. If you are very conservative, you can monitor to understand very well how this is gonna, or you can try with a very small percentage, 10% from your current wallet wealth, not your net wealth, your wallet. The one you have like one Bitcoin that's worth 16,000, so it's like 5,600 worth of satoshis. You can use them or Ether to play with and see how the mechanism works, how the gaining that you are making, the earnings is pleasing you. Then slowly you can practice this, and no one gonna tell you. It's similar like the forex or the stock market. No one gonna tell you do this. So you have to experiment yourself, or you go to a service provider that can offer you such strategies and such recommendations. Until AI become very sophisticated, it will propose for you, and this will be your service provider.
And he's giving you a comment that can he get back to you over the email? So probably the answer will be yes.
Yeah, I shared my email, so everybody is welcome.
Anuj, over to you. You are unmuted. Probably you want to ask some question. Anuj Sharma from Shimla. You want to type? You want to speak? I give you both the permission.
Can see him unmuted, but maybe something with his mic.
Yeah, probably. Anuj, if you want to type in my WhatsApp chat, I'm all in. I'm reading questions from all the medias that's possible. So don't worry, we are there for you. Anuj, give me a second.
Actually, the network over here, hello.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, actually, the network over here is a little bit slower. So I'll try to speak. I'll try to ask a question to both of you. If we are getting into the new technology like blockchain and artificial intelligence, so my question is that fintech industry is growing day by day, and I see a lot of opportunity in fintech industry, basically in India, where we have almost more than 1.5 billion population, and if we can if we can use blockchain and artificial intelligence together to enhance the fintech industry. So basically my question is that if we want to if we want to reach out to the billion people using the artificial intelligence and the blockchain, how can we use this technology so we can utilize the how can we utilize this technology to reach out to one over a billion population in India, where we have a lot of requirement of the in finance sector. So basically, let's see, if somebody wants to open a bank account with a fresh bank account with any of the bank, so uh, so we need to find out the procedure. We need to adopt the artificial intelligence to use to make the experience better for layman basically.
Okay, Anuj, you are from India, correct?
Yes, yes.
You're actually having the best customer onboarding system. You have Aadhaar system where all the identity and all the credentials being already known and verified. It's like a verified credential that you're gonna go anywhere with your Aadhaar ID, you can be fetched. So opening a bank account shouldn't be a problem. And you are having today the UPI, which is the protocol that connects NCPI, your national switch, and integrates the entire ecosystem of banks inside India. So opening one account in any bank inside India can be done in a very simple way, or a transaction. The same thing with Aadhaar and UPI. So this Indian stack that is being built by the government, actually it's an amazing ecosystem that automates the process. The blockchain is different. Using the blockchain to access your transactions instead of locking it inside only the database of NCPI, in order to conduct some services on top of that with your merchants, like the open APIs that nowadays everybody talking about, the BSD2. This is going to be better than Open API, because with the Open API, you need to access the core banking to reach your financial data, the history, to understand your behavior and come up with certain services or certain programs and plans, loyalty programs and plans to offer you. With a blockchain, you don't need to do that. So all your data are there. You simply connect to the blockchain and read whatever history you need when being permissioned by the user. Also, this is very important thing about someone asked about the privacy. Over here, you will be requested to access your information. If you accept, then they will get access. Also, you can limit the information you would like. You will give them only financial transaction. I don't want to give them my date of birth. The same thing, or my mother name or whatever, very sensitive information that I don't want to disclose. So with the Open API, you get everything because you have the account aggregation or you have the payment initiation, but with the blockchain can be an alternative to that. The second thing is that wallet. Today you are having a wallet ecosystem in like Paytm or Oxygen or whatever payment wallets inside the market. Crypto wallet is different in nature because it needs to have the token. It works with the token. And that token, as I mentioned, you need to go through a process. So comparing the wallet for the cryptocurrency with the digital wallet, it's different. This is different storing value that is happening inside it. Over here, just a number that's stored in the database. And the other one, no, it's a block that is referenced with the address inside the blockchain. You cannot open a normal account. But what you can do later, when the government issue their currency in a crypto format, which is the digital currency, the CBDC, that central banks today are studying, they would like to issue their own. And already China started this process, launching their own digital yuan, RMB. They need a crypto wallet with that situation. So because all these tokens or tokenized currency, or they call the stable coins, need to be stored in a crypto wallet. And in your case, with the fintech, you need to have a custody where you store all the addresses of these wallets and offer it as a service to the public. So central banks either themselves become banks and they distribute directly the money, tokenized money into the public, to the people, or they will be having a layer where they will have a certain BSPs to issue that wallet, that token, and distribute it to the public wallets. So it depends how central banks' strategy will be, but it's an interesting also thing to monitor, because it's very sensitive. It might eliminate all banking industry, because bank is about storing your money. Now your money doesn't need this very safe, bulletproof, shielded boxes anymore. So banks will turn into financial institutions and offer lending or mortgage or other these services. And already the fintech started offering these services via certain startups. So startups can work directly with this wallet and offer better services than banks. So banks are being in a very tough pressure nowadays, how to do with this and cope with this, because fintechs are now being regulated and they can offer this, the part of services that they are offering in a very nice business model and targeting directly the communities. And when a new ecosystem being deployed with the CBDC, they are ready just to conduct the same thing with the new ecosystem in a very efficient way, directly with the central bank or the ecosystem they will build.
Okay, so we'll take only one last question. I'm really sorry, we have got my God, it's 36 different questions that came up.
My dear, the questions are coming are very intense.
So we can't take
you need to talk in a very open way, otherwise.
So we are really glad and happy that you all are actually asking questions to Mr. Mohammed, and we are really glad. So we'll have him again probably in some other session for very closed door networking session, probably in 2021. But for now, I'm just taking a question or probably a note from Mr. MP Joseph, who is a ex-IAS officer. So he asked a very basic question like, are Bitcoins legal in India? And then there is a comment from him, can blockchain technology be used in areas other than finance and banking, say in university education, conducting courses, conducting examination, giving grades, diplomas and degrees, etc.?
So regarding Bitcoin in India, it used to be legal. I believe there are some restrictions that depend on the country itself. If I talk about Kuwait, if you are buying it from an exchange, it's okay. If you are mining it, it's not okay, because exchange is regulated, so you know the source of fund. If you are mining, it might be a money laundry, because you can buy with the dirty money the machines, and you can mine the Bitcoins, and then you go and sell it. That's the best money laundry tool, actually, to get your money washed. So regarding the education, blockchain and education is very important for the accreditation. So the accreditation system and preventing all these counterfeit and fake certificates is gonna be a very powerful tool. So you can know if you are today. You said I'm from Yale. I have an MBA from Yale University, but you don't talk to Yale University and verify if it is a fake or a genuine one. And sometimes you are hearing about universities that you don't know if it exists or not. So there was a documentary in BBC about a street inside Philippines where you can buy any certificate you would like to buy from any university globally, and you cannot check it. It's very clear, neat. It has the stamps. It's very genuine. So having the blockchain and tracing by verifying, just making a request to verify this with a matter of a click, and then you have this verified credential already in the blockchain, it will find the keys that the university signed your certificate with. If it is matching the keys inside the blockchain, that's genuine. If it's not, then it says to you, go and find somewhere else where they are not connected to fool them to use your degree. So in education is going to be very powerful, and it's actually important to have it, because there are a lot of fake certificates nowadays being practiced in anywhere globally. It's not only in my country or your country.
Thank you so much for attending all those questions, and thank you audience for asking him a lot of questions. It's a beautiful, insightful, beautiful, insightful, informative session that we have in since morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for your time. So let us move towards our next speaker. So our next speaker, he is speaking from Sweden. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. It's an early morning for you. So Mr. Terry G. Gottner, welcome to World Leaders Summit as our next speaker. So let me give you a very brief about our speaker. Mr. Terry, he is a musician. He is a managing partner at Jet Class Group Blockchain Bank. He's a career advisor hub in LinkedIn. He's a partner at Uton Bank, a keynote speaker, a great human being, a great soul. Welcome to World Leaders Summit, Mr. Terry. You're muted. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. No. No. Can you hear me? Okay, but we can't hear you. Your mic is probably, yeah, now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
Okay, now it's keeping, yes. Okay, the sound is good enough, yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I will start if you want. Okay.
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to have been solicited as a speaker on the occasion of the World Leaders Summit 2020. Thanks to the organizers, thanks to you, Arijit, and welcome to our attendees. Let me introduce myself shortly. All started in the business school, audit, IT, and marketing options. Then, formerly an accountant, I have evolved through a versatile, sorry, I have a problem over here, technical problem. Oh, it's okay. Sorry, I start again. All started in the business school, audit, IT, and marketing options. Then, formerly an accountant, I have evolved through a versatile international management career, including industrial production, financial software, apps development, web TV and music production, VIP services, and an autonomous smart cities project implementing breakthrough technologies. Today, I'm managing partner at Jet Class Group Blockchain Bank, European partner at Uton, both blockchain and banking technologies related, and CMO at Digital Vault Encryption, specializing in specific cybersecurity. I have been solicited to join the advisory board of various blockchain platforms. I'm a keynote speaker for several blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and cybersecurity events worldwide. I'm an advisor of the LinkedIn Career Hub. I'm a senator for Sweden at the WBAF, World Business Angels Investment Forum. My commitments, blockchain and cryptocurrencies implementation together with cybersecurity. My active passions, endurance motorsports, psychosociology, and especially music production. Maybe you have heard about InnoZebra on Spotify, Apple, Google Music, YouTube, and so on. Well, InnoZebra. But well, let me tell you a word about my context. Although a versatile career, the last decade has learned me humbly that there were crucial matters to deal with in life, among others, climate change, social justice, human before social, end of abuses, equalities, promotion and support of creativity and innovation in business, but also in arts, sports, science, technology, among others. Also important are legitimate privacy together with public security. Let's make serenity great again. The most important statement to me is, however, that our world has reached a point in history where we need a deep positive change of society model. Well, all these have led me to take part in an autonomous smart cities project. These have led me to engage myself in blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and crypto banking projects or achievements. These have led me to be involved today in cybersecurity. A little bit of philosophy. I have understood that it was not enough to be passively aware, to understand, to have opinions, to talk, to demonstrate, to share or whatever, but that there was a need to be actively committed, not always on the front stage maybe, but at least at own level. Today, the world is running at a crazy pace, making it difficult to keep it under rational control. We need another adapted societal structure, difficult times of change, difficult times of threats. Still, we are all on earth to change and save this world and make it great again. Since we care to survive with our families and because we have that duty by respect for our legacy from millions of past generations, and we have also that responsibility for the future generations, not to say by respect for that miracle and gift that is life. Ultimately, history will judge us, leaders at first. But well, let's come to the point. My involvement into breakthrough cyber technology security. A few years ago, I have been approached by an English international company to take part of their developments. As usual, among my first question was, what do they have more and special than other similar companies? Being curious by nature, I gave it a chance. In that time, their range of products was just a cold wallet as a way to keep clients' cryptocurrencies safe on a personal device. Actually, not a cold wallet, the best cold wallet in terms of impenetrability, but even more, it happened to become soon the most secured communication device too. The intensive research and development has led to unique cybersecurity solutions that I'm excited to tell you about today, almost in exclusivity. Let's talk about digital vault encryption technology. I will start with my vision of fully secure solutions. what is the current situation actually? As a preliminary, I would say don't underestimate malicious intrusions nowadays. Anything can be hacked: mobiles, computers, networks, platforms, databases, anti-malicious softwares themselves. Even governments, intelligence services, banks, cold wallets supposed to secure your cryptocurrencies have been compromised. There are plenty of examples reported regularly in the media about that. Though we speak about privates, finance, companies, security, states' integrity, what are then the legitimate expectations? There was a need to rethink what is cybersecurity, like blockchain and decentralization was originally an answer to the financial crisis of 2008. What was genius by its concept simplicity. We learned from that indeed. So let's talk about communication. I have to tell you that due to the limited time and the extensive aspects of cybersecurity, my focus today will go on communication, what includes all type of information exchanged or stored. I can make myself available later for those who would like to discuss deeper matters or other topics. Just ask the organizer for my contact data in that case, or join my LinkedIn account searching on my name simply. So basically what matters in data communication lies in secret keys or passphrases. In other words, how crackable is the access to your data? Nothing on the market can be defined as 100% safe in the absolute, notably considering the human factor, but not only. At the moment, servers and devices can be hacked despite very advanced levels of security. There are indeed plenty of examples showing that top companies and states have experienced serious security breaches. So what about private data? And the reason why may be simply in the fact that private keys are stored at the moment on a device, on a server, waiting to be hacked or forensically accessed legitimately or not. And we even have to deal with the risks inherent to the many networks and platforms. So that you have understood it, the real challenge is there is a need to skip the risk related to networks. There is a need to skip the risk related to hardware. There is a need to make private keys, passphrases, totally unavailable nowhere at any moment. Note that this said, hackers can possibly bypass keys as well, but they still need to catch you online. The question is now considering from the point of view of digital vault encryption is who to secure. And the digital vault encryption system is working at 4 levels. The first one, the top level actually, is as well preventing and avoiding threats to states, organizations, and large companies. The very sophisticated cybersecurity level there is far beyond army grade. This system is called Digital Vault ULIN for Ultimate Interception, ULIN. It is dedicated to intelligence services and departments. The second level is the Digital Vault Encryption Pro. It is also dedicated to protect companies, law firms, and organizations' full confidentiality in order to protect their assets and strategies and ensure full impenetrability and secrecy at no compromise, relying on very latest in-house technologies. The third level is a bit different. It's called Digital Bank Vault Encryption. it is supplying highest grade cold wallets to totally secure cryptocurrencies, storage, and transactions through multi-signatures process and the digital vault advanced technologies. And finally, we have the basic level, if I can say so, what is not pejorative at all, which is called digital vault encryption simply. It cares also to protect people's and companies' privacy, but through an easy and quick process for less confidential information. Practically, it is advisable to rely on several of these solutions to be integrated in the organization of a structure in order to adapt the security to the needs of internal and external communication. You will have that question normally, what to secure? And indeed, you can almost secure everything, texts, chats, voice, sounds, images, photos, videos, any management file like text, spreadsheets, graphics, PDFs, presentations, and so on. You can secure voice recordings, calendars, agendas, contacts, critical art data, why not? Critical scientific data, certainly. Critical legal data, of course. Well, any critical information and also cryptocurrencies, as we have seen with a specific application actually. And where can such files be secured? The answer is anywhere. And don't trust the so-called 100% safe platforms that are still risky by essence. We will see that with digital vault encryption technologies, you can be totally safe. Locally on any drive, on communication platforms, with documents, emails of any platform, messages, chats on WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Telegram, LinkedIn, Safe Swiss Signal, and so on and so on. And you can also be safe on clouds, on Google Drive, Amazon, Dropbox, or other cloud databases, simply because the secured encryption occurs before the online storage or file transfer, because nobody can access any understandable content without digital vault decryption legitimacy, while no key can never be extracted by intruders. We will see how and why later. So a legitimate question is indeed, what level of security does digital vault encryption provide with? Well, I have to say beyond state, intelligence, or army grade. Virtually, it's uncrackable and untraceable. One can say that digital vault encryption is anti-surveillance and anti-interception solutions for mobiles and possibly for computers, allowing to store and share sensitive files of any type, anywhere, without them to be possibly intercepted, read, watched, be listened to, or recorded with any malicious technology or physical forensic analysis. In other words, an affordable, top secret, personal encrypted communication system. How can it be so secure? The triple zero trust concept: zero trust, zero knowledge, zero storage. I do detail. The system is working in any language and alphabet. The encryption system can be installed by the user himself or herself. It is it is compatible with all platforms, although attractive with Android. The encryption is 100% offline, out of any internet connection. The proprietary encryption released is occurring in the fraction of a second. It is untraceable, what means leave no trace. No private key or passphrase is stored nor exchanged, nowhere, never. No server at all is never involved, especially from the supplier's side. No third party is actually never involved. The process is 100% peer-to-peer. It's based on an own operating system and technologies developed with among the top specialists in the world. It has been submitted to professionals and hackers successfully. I mean, they have not been able to enter. It's multi-signature encryption that is allowed with an unlimited number of signatories who can encrypt or decrypt one single file. The technology is immune to any type of digital forensic analysis. Digital vault is fully air-gapped. I will develop this later. Solutions may include dedicated encryption devices, laptops, permanently offline, air-gapped, I will develop, that can be implemented in the system, making any organization immune to any type of online or offline attack. Passwords, passphrases are only used one time, and this is crucial, making it virtually impossible or useless to crack. And this is called the one-time pad encryption technology that I will develop just after. So what are the key technologies involved? I could say that digital vault encryption is near to quantum safe cryptography. Well, at first, no encryption key stored means nothing to hack, means no interest for hackers. Digital vault is indeed based on the science of emptiness. The one-time pad encryption concept, this system is unique because there is no encryption key that are stored anywhere on any device used or any server at any given time. No encryption keys are exchanged between the communicating parties. Only the user is responsible for creating the encryption key, and with the one-time pad, no key is used more than one time. Encryption keys are generated offline on the spot by the user with no third-party involvement. Individual, private, and unique encryption system for each and every user. A dedicated set of one-time pad encryption algorithms for each individual institution and multiple versions for each department, creating customized corporate networks for ultra-secure internal communication and privately owned encryption systems for each manager. The unique versions of the encryption system under the form of applications can be then distributed by the user to his or her network of contacts for enabling ultra-secure communications between managers, partners, workers, clients. In other words, both internal and external communication. Fully independent and anonymous encryption system. There is no server involved. No third party, as I have said, is involved. Never at any level, and even and especially the provider, contrary to all other systems and or suppliers. And finally, of course, this system is working both online and offline. You will note that cybersecurity and or confidentiality may be a threat inside the structure itself. Now let's speak about the air-gapped technology. An air-gapped computer or network is one that has no network interfaces, either wired or wireless, connected to the outside networks. Many computers, even when they are not plugged into a wired network, have a wireless network interface controller, Wi-Fi actually, and are connected to nearby wireless networks to access the internet and update software or whatever. This represents a security vulnerability. So air-gapped computers either have their wireless interface controller permanently disabled or physically removed, as well as some specific components, while the whole case is sealed in order not to avoid any intrusion. To move data between the outside world and the air-gapped system, it is necessary to write data to a physical medium such as a thumb drive and physically move it between computers or let's say our mobiles. Physical access is easier to control than an electronic network interface, which can be attacked at any time from the exterior insecure system. And if malware infects the secure system, it can be used to export data illegitimately, of course. So how attractive is now data for malicious hackers? It's like breaking into an empty bank vault. Data that can't be read are useless and worthless for cyber criminals. We have submitted our systems to specialists and hackers who have been unable to find any breach. We are still open. Now, how to implement this system, this personal encryption platform? The Digital Vault is the smallest encryption platform in the world and still the most secure ever in history. To implement Digital Vault into an existing structure, well, there is no need to change the protection system in place. Digital Vault is independent and can come as the top layer of existing cybersecurity deployments, allowing to ensure beyond 100% protection, impenetrable for intruders. Practically, how does Digital Vault communication system work? You will see that it's pretty easy. I make it, of course, pretty easy in my example, but you will see. The beauty of the Digital Vault solutions is that behind the breakthrough technologies, the goal has been to keep the UI, UX, user interface and experience, simple enough that a child could use it. All the technological deployment is happening behind the scenes, since confusion is leading to mistakes and can ruin all security efforts. So I take an example. Again, it's a fictional example, but you will see it's pretty easy. Let's say that we have a sender who needs to send a confidential file of any kind. The sender launches his or her Digital Vault app, selects the file type, selects the file. It could be a simple snapshot directly taken from a mobile, pushes the button encrypt, enters a one-time passphrase that can be tacitly shared privately with the receiver. The example is, let's say, the whole text of the headline of the first page of the Times newspaper today, something that is not needed to be exchanged digitally, at least online. The file is encrypted and the passphrase vanishes. One presses send or store if you want to store it for yourself. The app that was offline during the process turns online and sends the file in the fraction of a second and is done. When the file is sent, it's totally encrypted without any way to find any key or understandable information. The passphrase vanishes and is even not findable on any device. Nothing to ever crack the secrecy. Then the same way, the receiver gets the file, let's say via an email or messaging or whatever, launches his or her digital vault app, selects the file type is recognized automatically, pushes the button decrypt, is requested to enter the tacitly agreed one-time passphrase. The file is decrypted instantly. The passphrase vanishes. It's not appearing nowhere anymore. Multiple files can be shared in one time. The receiver can again encrypt his or her side to share further. I will finish telling you about the timeline. Those solutions and technologies have been under development for over 2 years. They are now all coming on the market. So it's something really new that I'm very excited to tell you about today. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good day.
Super presentation. Thank you so much for this beautiful presentation and lovely speech. Okay, so we are open for question and answer for the speaker. So let me see that if you have any question, please type it in the chat box, social media, in our Twitter message box, as well as in our Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp. We are open for Q&A. Teddy, just give us a couple of minutes to grab all the questions and get back.
Yes,
to you.
sure.
Yeah.
Also feel free, maybe some people may have pretty deep questions that are taking time. They can feel free to come back to me later through you or whatever. And so that it's an interesting topic that we can discuss with different people. Of course, it's always interesting. And you are yourself actually involved in cybersecurity.
Yeah, so probably we should do a complete cybersecurity day or month, and we can probably have a workshop rather than only a speaking session, and interested people can join and probably they can learn, of course.
Yes.
So we have got our first question, which is from social media. What is your opinion about the latest GDPR laws, and what will be the effect of GDPR for next 5 years? How we can protect our individual data being stolen, and at the same time getting all the info that is there on the internet?
Yeah, it's a real problem indeed. I'm pretty sensitive to that, I have to say, because one side we have like no choice. We have like to provide the states, the banks with our data, and sometimes data that, in my opinion, are not are too confidential or private to be transmitted to those organisms or states. In the same time, obviously we can't control that. Also because we are taken all the time just going on a website where you need to get some information, or well, you are expecting to get something from the website or whatever. They are like trapping you. You have to say yes almost before you can see anything. Well, on that point of view, I'm afraid it's really a matter of regulations that are depending on politicians. But in my opinion, it's going too far indeed. What is sure is what we are trying to provide people and companies with the digital vault is that we believe at least that there are confidential or private data that shouldn't go public, or that should be more protected. And at least we need to provide people with that option to rely on systems like that to protect their own data. But unfortunately, I don't see a solution, but I totally share this worry and totally agree that there are things that are abnormal also, because at what point is it legitimate to ask some questions. What is the purpose?
Okay, so we have another question from Adendi over here, Rizwan. He's asking, how far do you think we are to have an insurance policy for entrepreneurs or customers for the loss due to the data theft? Is it already there?
Can you precise your question? Sorry.
So it's like he's asking about the insurance policy for on the business side as well as from the customer side, if there is any kind of data loss or data theft. For an example, if somebody is probably giving you data for your business and the data is lost from your server, is there any kind of insurance policy? Is it there?
Yeah, yes, indeed. No, I'm afraid that I think that there are kind of, promises. There are kind of insurances in some ways, but practically there, I think that no, we are not protected. And yes, I do believe that in companies, especially, should have a kind of insurance protecting their customers or even simply the visitors of their website or whatever. I think that there is really for regulations about this, not to say that shouldn't it come from the companies and themselves. At the moment, I mean, they know what they are doing. So I think that they could say, we are promising you that we are keeping the rules. If we are not, we will be guilty and we will have to do something for that. It's difficult to say what and in what extent, of course.
Okay, so we have a next question from Mr. Ankit Khandelwal. Can we create some kind of dynamic QR for individuals based on some kinds of social media identity to hide a lot of information which are available easily, especially by the logistic companies and e-commerce giants?
Yeah, I think that we are really, I feel at least at the beginning of something that has very difficult to take place. I was in Zurich in Switzerland a time ago, and having such discussions with a panel of different people, and there were notably some ministers of some countries. And the discussion was a little bit like, well, we are working hard to make the things happening. We believe that we could have something working in terms of regulations. For example, well, within 2 years probably, if we are fast. And it made me very angry, I should say. I was like the bad guy, but I was saying, no, man, you can't speak like that. I mean, you have guys, they have developed blockchain, they have developed things like cryptocurrencies. You have so many guys over here who are on this blockchain summit. Just take those guys, takes a few good lawyers, and you will have those regulations within 2-3 months. We can't wait 2-3 years because this is just looking like a blocking. So, I mean, it's amazing how nowadays we have so active people with amazing creativity. And I really believe that we could be the government and create the things in no time. If we have to rely on the politicians, and of course there are also industrial interests in the balance, so it's taking more time. So I'm not so optimistic, but well, Rome was not built in one day, so I'm afraid that we have to wait, but we have also to get influence in this, because we are people. Actually, the governments are elected to represent people, so they have to listen to us and understand, as I said in my speech. I think that we are at a turn in history where things have to change. The society has to change. And this has to happen quickly. I will take something a bit different, but I spoke about the climate change. it's already too late. So we can't speak about we have to do something, or, you know, just to say, guys, we have a problem. There is a need for urgent decisions. And I think that what we are discussing is part of the economy, and the economy, especially in times of corona crisis, is requesting quick measures.
Okay. Okay, so I think we have another question from social media.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please enlighten us about fileless malware?
Can you repeat the question? I have bad sound for the moment.
Sure. Can you please touch upon the topic called fileless malware? Fileless. This fileless malware.
Fileless malware.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure I can answer that question. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we have another question, which is, could you please touch upon a little bit about the IoT devices and the possible security threats that we can get?
Yes. Are you speaking there about digital vault?
No, they're talking about the IoT devices. Like, for an example, you control your household electronic gadgets using your smartphone. So what is the possibility that probably someone will hack it?
Well, the point, I'm sorry to say that we do believe that most of the smartphones are already hacked. It's something very easy. I don't know if you have already seen that, but people who are interested, I can provide with a video showing the test in an American TV show. And it's amazing, it's afraid, I should say. And what we would recommend is, at the moment, you really need to rely on that kind of security for your data, for your privacy, and so on. It's let's say to invest in a new smartphone, something cheap like an Android. You can have it for no price nowadays, and use that device only for your secure things, because we have many features protecting people and let's say smartphones. The problem is that if your smartphone is already infected, you still will have a risk. I take one example. Maybe you are protecting all what you can, but if you have such a malware in your mobile, they can possibly catch what you are typing in different ways, actually. What means that there it's already too late. If really, and it's totally legitimate in my opinion, criminal activities are something else. It's totally legitimate for people to have their own privacy, and especially for companies or organizations to protect their assets, even if they were digital. Then what they are doing with it is another question. This is not my point. Yes, I think that if people have that need, that legitimate need, it might make sense to invest in a cheap smartphone, let's say Android, and possibly, for example, to install we have, of course, cheap solutions for private people also. So they could install the digital vault protection on a smartphone that is not compromised, actually.
Super. So we have another question, and for the audience, for the sake of time, we'll be taking one more question only. We are holding our speaker for a long time, but if you're okay, we can always take questions. There are approximate 42 questions from social media. So I'm just taking one. I'm just taking one from the chat box. Then I'll shift to one or two questions probably from social media. Anyway, so Ankit is asking, how can we secure bots and safeguard them with perspective of cyber threats? Also, what will be the impact of person G, meaning 4G or 5G, on cybersecurity?
That's a very good question. 5G, what will it bring? I'm afraid that, of course, it will allow much more capture of data, obviously, and clearly also from other devices. We are there speaking about computers and mobiles, but of course, much more devices will come on the market, or at least will rely on the 5G, so that they will transmit lots of data. We are almost not, we have no control over that. So it's also why it's an issue. We are not there yet, at least for many parts of the world. And we are, of course, working on that issue of the 5G. But it's indeed a very legitimate concern that I totally share, and we are trying, of course, to bring solutions for that. It will not go better, I'm afraid. The more we are going in technology and the less we have the handover. So it's a real nightmare for us, but it's a very nice challenge in the same time to permanently work on the new trees that are coming. And you are right, of course, 5G is an important one, but in the same time, because there is always, you know, in life and in society, you have always the good side and the bad side of the things. So I think 5G will bring fantastic things, but we have to be careful to keep finally our freedom.
Okay, I'm taking only one question or two questions. There's an interesting question out of all those 42. Someone is asking, his name is Miguela. She's, I hope she's asking that, what is your insights about the serverless apps vulnerability?
It depends on what you speak about serverless apps, because it's also, I mean, you can have serverless things. I don't know if she's speaking there about digital vault. Yes, okay. Because I mean, there are people telling you we are not using servers, we are not doing this, we are not using that. You have to be careful, because maybe at the moment of the process, you find such things. But in this case, I can say that it has been really one of the top concerns we had. It was not to rely on servers, and even and especially our server, so that we can really say, you have no worry with us, we can't interact with you. Actually, all is happening in your device, and we are even not selling devices except those very top security laptops. But this is very different because they are air-gapped. So indeed, speaking about digital vault, there is absolutely no connection with servers, understand me. Of course, when you are sending, for example, an encrypted message to WhatsApp or Messenger, of course, there are servers. The point is that we are making the whole encryption before it can go on any support or server. And when it's going, it has been prepared offline, it's going in the fraction of a second online. And before to go online, the private keys, the passphrases and so on, everything has disappeared. And it's never stored in our devices at the moment they are used. I mean, actually the one of the clients, because we have heavy technology, of course, it's not that easy, but we do ensure that everything is deleted. There is absolutely no information remaining on the device, especially not the private keys and the passphrases. And indeed, we have submitted this to, for example, hackers, and they have been unable to find any data at all. So that's really where we have been working, and we have been working in a very different way than you could say the competitors if you want, but we have a very different system indeed.
Super. So I can see Mr. Timothy David, he also joined. He's a speaker probably for the second day on 8th. So, sir, if you want to ask any question, we are open for that. And in the meanwhile, when you are probably asking, there is a student, he is basically from US, from a university, asking that how he can become a risk analyst in this cyber world. What are the steps? What are the kind of studies he should do?
That's a very deep matter. I think that there we can discuss it a very long time. I think that, of course, you have to rely to universities. I should even add that, of course, you have to get as much experience as you can, because it's there that is lying everything. You are discovering, let's say, the traps and everything. It's a very interesting job. It's a needed job, I think. And he can still propose his services if he has the know-how to us. Of course, we are very interested in creative people, but of course, it's based on a usual process that is studies and experience.
Super.
So what I could advise anyway is, of course, to go to hackathons and try to meet people who are specializing in coding. It doesn't mean that they are all hackers, but he needs to be in contact with that kind of people who will probably give him the passion to really go very deep in this.
Okay, thank you for all the question and answer, and thank you Terry for your beautiful time, precious time, and waking up so early and giving precious time to World Leaders Summit. Please feel free to join all the days, and we will be blessed and honored to host you for next 9 days. So looking forward, guys. So this is Terry, my good friend. Lot of hug to you, a big hug to you, beautiful kisses to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience. So this is it for the day. We'll open the session again at 4:30 p.m. Indian time, which will be, I'll give you the exact GMT time. It will be, give me a second.
Thanks for having me. And I wish you all the best, all of you. And I will follow, of course, your program with pleasure.
Sure. So 11 a.m. GMT time will be the next session for today. Again, we'll start the session with Mr. Ritesh Jain. He will be logging from UK, and we'll be discussing more on a fireside chat mode regarding banking and fintech. And then we have Smarajit Mitra from India. He'll be talking after Mr. Jain. And then we have Dr. Wendy Charles from US. And then we have Michelle from UK. We have Marty from USA. Looking forward, guys. Thank you so much. This is it. Let's stay tuned for World Leaders Summit. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.